All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. It is Wednesday, February 12th. We are here live a bit early today because we got CPI. We got CPI in 6 minutes, and it is going to be an important CPI. It's not as important as the CPI that we got last month, where we really needed to get CPI to kind of stabilize year over year. This one is kind of expected to be more stable, and as long as it comes in the way that people are expecting, then I think it's going to be an okay print. Markets are up in the pre-market, and so I think a lot of people are kind of expecting that CPI is going to be a little bit of a nothing burger. Nvidia's up 0.5%, Apple's up 0.1%, Bitcoin's up 1%, Tesla, which got demolished yesterday, 328.5, down 6.3%. That's up 1.35%. That one naturally should be up as a little bit of a rebound. But in general, people are kind of saying, hey, maybe CPI leaked and CPI is actually going to be all right. Grab's up 0.5%, S&P's flat, Archer's up 3%, Joby's up 1%. I mean, you're kind of getting the general pre-action market momentum that you see when CPI tends to be good. So we're going to see in about 6 minutes what CPI looks like. And then, based on that CPI data, we're going to see if stocks go up or down. Yes, SMCI as well is running. I have given the group chat a very hard time about this stock. So yesterday, obviously, I was busy. I wasn't able to do the market close, but Matt was doing the market close. And I saw SMCI fall 15%. I went straight to the group chat and I was like, I told you guys. Like I told you I was right. You were wrong. I was taking my victory lap knowing that I was losing money as that thing was falling 15%. And then 5 minutes later, I look at the stock and I'm like, oh, sorry, guys. I guess this thing went up and down and up and down and up. And now it's up 15% in the pre-market. So look, I'm happy it's up. It's like, I don't even know what happened in the earnings. I didn't even pay attention to the numbers. All I saw was that it tanked. And I was like, well, this is not fun. Now, granted, CPI is about to come out, and if CPI is not good, could it tank again? Yeah, I mean, that could happen. So I'm kind of just hoping it is able to sustain itself. And based on the CPI data, I guess we're going to see how that ends up playing out. But I was mad, bro. As soon as I saw it fall 15%, I was like, I told you guys. I knew I was right about this. And then it just came back up, and then it was flat. And I was like, okay, that's at least it's not down 50%. Now it's up 15%. I was like, okay, I was wrong. Okay, cool. So, but I'm happy I held those calls, and hopefully we can sell those today for some profit if they pump. But I think now CPI is the last thing we need to kind of see if they go higher. Here are the expectations for CPI. So Street's expecting 3.2% on the core. Pretty much every bank is expecting that there would be a bit of an increase year over year on core. Headline CPI is actually interesting. So last month in December, it came in at 2.9, which was up from 2.8. So that was a month-over-month increase and a year-over-year increase. There are some banks like Bank of America saying, no, it's going to go down 2.8. Then there's Deutsche Bank saying it's going to go up 3.1. Then there's Citigroup saying it's going to go up 3.0. And then there's Jefferies, JP Morgan saying, no, it's going to be stable at 2.9. So I think there's a little bit more diversification in terms of the diversification of thought on what would happen to CPI. On core, pretty much everyone thinks it's going to be around that 3.1, 3.2. But on the headline, there are actually people that are thinking it's going to go up a little bit more and people that are thinking it's going to go down a little bit more. The median forecast is that it's going to stay the same. I think if it stays the same, we're good and we're going to be in a good spot. If it increases, I think we're allowed to increase to maybe 3%. If it goes to 3.1, I think that's going to be a little too aggressive. So this is going to be an important one for us to see kind of how this plays out. And again, the inflation rate core year over year, Street's expecting 3.1. So we need 3.1 on the core yearly, and we need 2.9 on the headline yearly. If that happens, then hopefully we're going to be okay. So we got 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes for this to play out. Why would you sell your SMCI calls? Because I want to take the profit. I don't really care about holding SMCI for the long term. This, I don't know, it could go to 70, 80. I kind of don't care. I just want to take my profits. I don't really want to hold on to it. Also, they didn't really file earnings yesterday, right? It was like preliminary earnings. Like, I don't know what's going on with this company, bro. I have no idea what is going on with this company. I didn't really get to look into the numbers or anything, but they it wasn't really earnings. It was preliminary earnings, and they have till February 25th to file the 10K. They still haven't filed that yet. Like, this is just, I want to get out of this, bro. I'm done. And I'm just happy that it's up right now. I really hope CPI doesn't tank it, but I'm done. I'm taking my money and I'm running. And yesterday after hours, I was pretty upset when I saw it tank 15% because I knew I knew I should have sold, and now it's back. So I'm like, all right, I got my shot to get the hell out of here, and I want to get the hell out. I'm not staying in this party for long. But look, for those that held on to their SMCI, congrats. I mean, as long as this stays until 9:30, you can exit with a little bit of a profit. But we got to see kind of how this ends up playing out. Yeah, they aren't even filing till 2:25. See, this is like, why are they waiting till the last day? Like, what's going on here? Like, this is, I don't know. I don't like it, but at least it's holding on for now, and the CPI number is going to determine kind of how this plays out. We also have Robinhood earnings today. That's very important. I'll tell you guys what I was doing yesterday. Some of you guys might have already saw on Twitter, so I'll talk a little bit about that after CPI. But here we go. We got 30 seconds. This feeling never gets old. This anxiety never gets old. But let's see. There are the numbers on the screen. We will get it pretty soon. If we come in at a 2.9 and a 3.2 on the core and the headline, I think we'll be okay. I think we will be okay. 3. Damn, it's higher. 3 versus 2.9. 3.3. That's not good. SMCI, where is it? Yeah, there she goes. SMCI. She's down. Damn it. Fuck. Damn. That is not, damn, dude. That is not what we needed. Not with all this tariff shit going on. That is not what we needed. All right, SMCI fell 3%. Let's see if she can hold on to that. Tesla just went red. Nvidia just went red. Bitcoin just went red. Look at that candle on Tesla or Nvidia. Look at that. 133 all the way down to 131.5. Uber just went red 3%. Where is Palantir? Palantir just went red 1.2%. So yearly a core 3.3 versus 3.2. That's a miss. Yearly 3.0 versus 2.9. That's a miss. S&P's down 1%. And you know what's annoying about that? It's back to 3%. It's back to 3%, bro. And 3 psychologically is just so, it must be so annoying for the Fed, bro. But we're not getting a rate cut anytime soon with that. Look at SoFi down 2%. Where's SMCI? SMCI somehow is holding 10%. I don't know how the hell it's holding 10%. I hope to God in the next hour it holds 10% so I can get the hell out of my calls. But I would expect SMCI to collapse on this. And somehow it's holding. So I guess the earnings, which I really don't know anything about, were decent enough to withstand a nasty print on CPI. That's a nasty print. And it wasn't even expected. I mean, some banks expected it, but universally it was 3.2 on core. We came in at 3.3. That beat all the expectations in the wrong way. And then 2.9 was expected on the headline. We had 3.0. That beat expectations as well. Robinhood somehow is up. How the hell is Robinhood up? The 10 years at 4.6? Really? Well, that makes sense. The 10 years at 4.6. But some of these stocks that are green, with the 10-year being up, is interesting. Take-Two's down. Baba's up 2%. China's up 1%. China's a flight to safety right now. AMD's down 1%. Snowflake's down 2%. MicroStrategy's down 1%. Ethereum's down 0.5% or a 0.25%. DoorDash, they had great earnings yesterday. They are up right now. Palantir down 1.4. SoFi down 3%. SoFi 1442. That's a new low. Tesla's going flat. Nvidia, little recovery. I mean, not really, but it's not as bad as it was about a minute ago. Oklow's down 4%. Uber's down 3%. And SMCI still holding 10% somehow. Grab just went red. Grab was up in the pre-markets. Now it's down. And then the S&P, where's the Qs? The Qs are red by 1%. Meta is red by 0.5%. Google is red by 1%. It's not the worst pre-market action at all. It's just annoying because now we're back at 3%. And because we're back at 3%, I guess have to figure out how to interpret this. All right, let's get some coverage on this. Here we go. 3% on the headline inflation in the United States.
You're now looking at the Dow futures off by about 400 points, just over 400 points. S&P futures are down by 57. NASDAQ indicated down by more than 220 points. If you've been watching treasuries, we did see a very significant tick up in treasuries as well. The 10-year, which was trading, I think, at about 453 this morning when we started, so all the way up to 461. The 2 years at 437. Joining us right now for more on this information is Priya Misra. She is the fixed income portfolio manager at JP Morgan Asset Management. Drew Mattis is the head of global economic and market strategy team at MetLife Investment Management. And Drew, let's just start with you. Markets didn't like this.
No, the focus was going to be on the core year over year. 3.2 would have been bad, and what we got was worse, right? So, it's really disappointing news for the Fed that they were hoping for continued deceleration. It's disappointing for the market because they're hoping for continued deceleration. And the fact that this is a January number and doesn't include any potential, tariff impact yet, means that, the risk going forward is for potentially higher inflation.
It comes just after Donald Trump put out on Truth Social the idea that the Fed should be lowering rates to go along with the tariffs that we could be at this time. This puts the Fed in a pretty tight box. It's hard pressed for them to be able to lower rates at this point.
Well, it does. I mean, you need to, they shouldn't have been lowering rates in the first place. So they kind of got themselves into a box. They tried to get in front of things heading into the election, and they went a little too far too fast. And then they continued easing even when, everything should have been telling them that they should have been stopping.
This is that nascent inflation that we were worried was in the back of our minds. We were worried that it was still there. Isn't that what we're seeing right now? This is like our worst nightmare coming true. We didn't do anything. We didn't do any tariffs yet. This was already coming, wasn't it?
But what I would say is the last mile of inflation. There's some research that's hard. I mean, we have
last mile is hard.
8-9% on inflation to 3%.
But we're going back up. We're not going.
Well, I think, January.
It's now a mile and a quarter. It's now a mile and a quarter, Priya.
So there is this seasonal aspect to the start of the year. The first quarter has been high. I think there's some of that. Look at the totality of inflation. PCE is heading lower. I look at wages. Wages are showing you some signs that it's decelerating. I think the Fed is going to be on hold. I completely agree with you. And I think we're going to watch the data. But I would say for the Treasury market, one of the reasons we got to that 480 was talk of fiscal stimulus. I mean, there's this inflation fear. I hear you. And I think that's why the market's reacting today. What do we hear on taxes? Are we going to hear deficit finance tax cuts? We're going to go up a lot more in rates. We're not hearing that. We're hearing Doge. We're hearing where are we cutting spending? We're hearing about offsets. I think that's what's going to contain the Treasury market beyond this inflation fear.
And she has a point. There is a way to contain the Treasury market via Doge. Bank of America actually put some research on that, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But it's not enough, I think, today for the markets to kind of overlook that. She's not my sister. Goodness gracious. Okay, here's the actual report. Let's get through a little bit and see what's going on. CPI 0.5% on a seasonally adjusted basis in January. 3.0 over the yearly. Shelter rose 0.4%. So shelter was 30% of the reason for why we had this type of an increase. New home tenant rents are coming down, which I guess is not having an impact yet, but we do know that that is trending negative. So maybe shelter is going to be going down over the next coming months, but it just might take some time. The energy index rose 1.1% over the month as the gasoline index increased 1.8%. The index for food also increased in January, rising 0.4% as the index for food and home rose 0.5%. So shelter and energy continue to be the reason why inflation continues to go higher. Indexes that increased over the month include motor vehicle insurance, recreation, used car and trucks. Interesting. I thought used cars would start to come down. Not yet. Medical care, communication, and airline fares. The indexes for apparel, personal care, and household furnishings and operations were among the few major indexes that decreased. So very few indices that decreased. Personal care, household furnishings, I mean, those are not going to make a dent in the CPI number. What increased was vehicle insurance, used cars, medical care, some of these that I didn't think would increase. That ended up increasing. Energy, again, up 1.1%. Motor vehicle index was up 2.0%. Medical care was up 0.2%. And then you had core coming in at 3.3 versus 3.2. Dude, that's a bad miss. Like the market was going to be okay with 3.2, like kind of. 3.3 is just like a slap in the face of just like, yeah, inflation's not slowing down yet. It's just not slowing down yet. It's not happening. Not happening right now. Eggs rose 1.9% over the month. The index for eggs increased 15.2% year over year. Holy crap. This was the largest increase in the eggs index since June 2015, and it accounted for about 2/3 of the total monthly food at home increase. Goodness gracious, bro. Now, look, does that mean sell your stocks and buy the 10-year? Obviously not. That's never the answer, at least not in my opinion. That doesn't mean sell and go into bonds. What that does mean is that there might be some hesitation for people to get into equities, and that's just a reality that everyone has to deal with if people feel inflation concerns are still going to be up there. And so that's just one thing we have to take into account. SMCI, I don't know how it's still up 10%, but it's up 10%. It's only down about 3% from the highs of the pre-market. DoorDash still holding on. Tesla goes green. So market's kind of overlooking that. Nvidia's continuing to get hit. It looks like it might go below 130 right here. Apple's down 1%. They had a good day yesterday, up about 2%. Intel's up 4%. S&P's down officially 1%. I wonder if the market overlooks all of this and the market's like, yeah, we kind of don't care. Robinhood's down 1.29%. They have earnings. We'll talk about their earnings preview later, but even if they crush earnings, they got to deal with this macro headwind around CPI. Now, actually, technically for Robinhood, higher rates are good because they make more net interest income. And as long as people keep trading, like as long as they have some of the trading volatility with higher rates, that's actually a really Goldilocks zone for them. So technically, this isn't that bearish for Hood, but we got to see how the market interprets it. Palantir right here down 2.2%. SoFi getting hit down 2%, recovering a little bit from 1439 to 1453. Google as well down about 1% here right now. 10-year is above 4.6. VRT, is VRT getting hit? VRT is getting, wow. Oh my, down 8%. VST is down 3% as well. What companies had earnings in the morning? Hold on. What companies? Let's see how they're getting affected. Earnings in the morning, we had Vertiv. Vertiv had a double beat, 99 cents versus 82 cents. That's a beat. 2.3 versus 2.1 on the revenue. That's a beat. They're still getting hit. And then CVS had earnings. They beat on the top and the bottom. CVS stock is up 9%. CVS 119 versus 92 on EPS, 97 billion versus 96.8 billion on revenue. CVS slightly up right now. Okay, let's get some more coverage and see what we got going on. Then we'll get into some research on what Bank of America put out this morning about inflation.
Yeah, that I think is.
Well, if the professor was saying on the back burner because Trump is going to take the front burner, that may or may not be correct. It's kind of a political statement. Joe's right. At this point, everything we're seeing is at the feet of the Fed, okay? And I'll tell you what, in many ways, the Fed hasn't done a really bad job. I think that, there's no crystal ball here. And on some level, there is a reduction of debt when you have inflation. And when we talk about the policies of Trump, I know it's all going to be about the dark side. But let me tell you, if the average American's got any chance to keep up with these type of inflation rates, and it isn't only the net change. Now, if you go back to January, February of 2020, and you look at the cumulative compounded path of inflation, it's pretty rough on many people in the country. And the best way to help them out is to grow the economy. You cannot possibly contemplate the negative consequences of letting taxes go up at this point, in my opinion. I think it's all about trying to do growth. In terms of tariffs, listen, I'm no tariff expert. We haven't really gone and seen them have a front row seat yet. The data will show some of these effects 2 or 3 or 4 months down the road. But at this point, it's pretty clear. Inflation is metastasized in the U.S. economy. We still have strong fumes of the overspending of the Biden administration. Now the real issue is with the Fed's target rate at 2%, and pretty much all the year-over-year data shows us that 3% is probably the new floor. We have to draw our own conclusions for how Fed policy will change. But I'll tell you this, I don't contemplate them moving rates much at all. So the other side of the professor's argument is correct, because I think you're going to see the yield curve steepen. And I think that all things being equal, the Fed's balance sheet's too big to get aggressive.
Yeah, I think that was his point. He said that Doge is doing a lot of really good things. We don't know what's going to happen with tariffs. Doge, the markets love at this point. But his point was the Fed was not going to be the center of the action. But I think we have to watch this pretty closely. I think President Trump wants the Fed to be kind of going along with part of these issues. This just puts them in a box.
I don't think there's.
Rick, I'm seeing it already. It's the animal spirits of people anticipating the tariffs, even though there aren't any tariffs.
No, but is it pulling forward, ordering stuff?
There it is. It's they're raising price. This is Trump. That's what I'm seeing. That's right. And we're gonna the eggs that he I don't know how he did that, but
Look, Jim Farley and all these other guys,
there are. So you even though this is January and it was come in on January 20th,
right?
with
But
the
think about
you don't
all
think
these-
this is any Biden? This is
February,
residual.
February number will be a bigger.
all of these automakers in the
I know,
US
but this is-
are going back and
Well, you
forth
think-
between the border 100 times a day.
So they've already raised prices.
Trying to bring as much stuff into the country.
I know,
All right,
but
all
are
right,
you
now-
saying
now
this?
let- now let's
Go-
bring,
real quick.
now
Go
let's
ahead,
bring
Rick.
some balance here. Let's bring some balance here. Let's say everything you're saying is correct, and people's hair's on fire in multitude of industries, even though at this point, this does look like a January reset. As I said in the past, it really doesn't seem to be something that works. But let's say it's all true.
Sit on drugs.
And in the end, 6 months, 9 months, a year down the road, after we break some eggs to make the omelet, we see that there's improvement, that his strategy is bringing improvement. So then we reprice, and we reprice better than we started.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. So good morning to everyone who's here. CPI is missing on the top and the bottom. Now, technically, CPI also missed on the top and the bottom last time during this point of the year. So February 2024, which was January 2024's number. So it's not like seasonally we're not at the same pace that we were before. The problem is the market was really getting excited for decreasing inflation based on the data we saw last month. And this, I don't know if it puts a wrench in that progress. It definitely makes the market question it, but I would not be surprised if the market goes up today. I mean, I would not be surprised if the market's like, oh, cool, 3.3 versus 3.1. Cool. We're going to keep buying, because at the end of the day, where are you going to put your money? And, obviously you can say on the sidelines with the money market funds and get a nice return of like 4.5% or whatever. But earnings growth has been spectacular. I mean, at this point, I think the updated stat is 80% of companies that have reported have beat their earnings by an average of 8.4%. Like that's incredible earnings. And unless Q1 is the opposite of that and goes a total 180, which I don't think that's going to happen given the guidance that we've seen, then I think we're going to be good in terms of earnings growth. So like even with higher inflation from a macro perspective, which is annoying, the broader equity market is going to have to come to the conclusion that where should their money be compounding instead of US stocks that are actually growing? It's not going to European stocks. Maybe they can go to some Chinese stocks. We'll talk about David Tepper. His 13F came out. We're going to get a lot of 13Fs really soon. David Tepper is loading the boat again on China. So we'll talk about that. We don't have Bill Ackman yet. I'm very curious to see how he funded his Uber purchase and if he had to sell Nike to be able to get there. But still, I think there's a world where the market ignores this. They're like, all right, it sucks, but at the end of the day, we do think inflation is going down and we're going to be able to overlook it. Now, one of the reasons they're able to overlook it as well is because of Doge. So Bank of America comes out today. They estimate that Doge could deliver up to $500 billion in public sector savings. That's 1.5% of GDP through spending cuts and layoffs. The $900 billion U.S. defense budget is seen as a key target as forever wars ease. Bank of America notes as government recession would likely be bond positive, which would ultimately be good for equities as well as we get that 10-year to come down, which Scott Bessent has said publicly that is his main goal, to get that 10-year yield to come down. I mean, even more than lowering rates, they care about the 10-year coming down because they know rates will inevitably follow. Now, if you didn't see what happened yesterday during the day, what we're talking about right here is Doge, and the Doge King himself went to the White House and he did a press conference with Donald Trump, and he said some stuff about how they're going to navigate this. So let's take a look at this, and then we'll keep going from there.
At a high level, if you say what is the goal of Doge, and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we'd have to. If you sorry, so tell you gravitas can be difficult sometimes. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, or if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy. And if you looked at this, if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative. And this is not something that people want. And it does not match the will of the people. So it's just something we've got to fix. And then we've also got to address the deficit. So we've got a $2 trillion deficit. And if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt. I mean, it's really astounding that the interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget, which is shocking because we spend a lot of money on defense. But if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really would say is, like, it's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's essential. It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country, and it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens and not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
So that was a press conference that happened yesterday where Trump signed an executive order. There's Trump, Elon, and Elon's son, where it was a mandate that all federal agencies work with Doge. So basically, Trump signed an order that said every single federal agency, because there's been a lot of resistance to work with Doge. I mean, there's been a lot of politicians coming out saying that Elon's not elected. Like, why the hell is he like monitoring and auditing us, all that stuff? And so Trump's like, nope, I don't care. Elon has full access to every governmental agency. And those agencies are going to have the ability to be audited by Doge. Look, this is something that a lot of people are divided on. And I think people are divided on because they might not like Elon, obviously. So they're not a fan of him getting up into every single agency and doing what he does with companies, which is kind of clearing all the fat and like trying to get as efficient. There's other people that are really big fans of it because they think that the government has never been audited, and this administration would probably be the best chance, just from a probabilistic perspective, of the government actually cutting certain expenses that, quite frankly, just don't need to be there. That I think objectively we can all agree, all right, these expenses, like they're not as relevant, and there's probably not going to be that many downside side effects if we get rid of those. My take on this is very simple. My take is that we have inflation going up as per the data that we saw this morning, for those that are just joining, and we have growth slowing down. GDP growth came in at 2.3% versus 2.5% expected. In 2025, some people are expecting that we don't even get to 2.2%. So if growth slows down and inflation goes up, we get something called stagflation. The only way to resolve that is to get one or the others to move up or down, aka inflation has to come down if growth goes flatline or down, so that, growth is higher than the rate of inflation, or growth exceeds the rate of inflation and we can handle 3.3% on the core CPI because we're growing at 3.7%. I think growth will be good as new technology and verticals and all this stuff comes to life, but one of the easiest ways is not to grow, it's to just cut expenses. And so from that perspective, if there is a world where we can actually cut expenses and the 10-year doesn't have to go to 7% like some people were expecting last year because of how afraid they are that we are paying $1 trillion of interest on debt and that we are inevitably going to be at $40 trillion in debt. We're right now at 37 trillion or 36 trillion. Then we got to cut expenses. And we got to cut expenses aggressively. And it probably takes someone who's not elected, who has kind of a unilateral view of just like, let's get government spending down, like an Elon Musk, to do it. Now, is he the perfect guy to do it? Probably not. But does someone have to do it? Yeah. And I think my take on this, just in my personal opinion, is like, if we don't cut spending, our kids are going to be screwed in America because they're going to have $100 trillion in debt. Like, we had a 10 trillion in debt over the past 3 years. It took us 200 years to get to the first 10 trillion. So it's like, I don't know. I think we have to do something. The 10-year right here is ticking up on these CPI numbers, and it's going to be uncomfortable. It's not going to be fun. It's never fun when a company has to figure out a way to become more efficient, but they're not going to get investors unless they become efficient. Meta had to really do a 180 back in 2022 when their stock fell to $88. Now the stock's at 700 because they grew and they cleaned up all the fat. I think the government's got to do the same. And there's going to be a lot of political opposition to that. And I get it. I understand why there's that political opposition, but nonetheless, something has to be done. And I think as Americans, all of us can agree something has to be done. Now, forget Americans. Like the whole world can agree something has to be done for America. Because if America fails, I mean, Germany's economy is not that great. Japan's economy is not that great. So if the U.S. doesn't have the best economy, which means we actually clean up our expenses, where do we go from there? So from my perspective, look, I think Elon's going to have to do something. He's got Trump on his side. He's going to face political opposition, but the bond market is only going down because they're expecting Doge to actually have some level of meaningful reductions. And that's why we saw the bond market go to 4.4. There was no reason for the bond markets to get down below 4.5% over the past 2 weeks outside of the constant updates they were getting from Doge on saving taxpayer money. So far, the Doge tracker has saved $84 billion in the first month and a half of the Trump administration. And that's all based on money that we didn't end up spending, $86 billion as of today that we didn't spend, or there are contracts that we canceled. And so whether you like it or hate it, that's more money that's been saved from any administration in the past 20 years that I've seen. And we actually have an audited record of that. Like, that's not just a made up number. Like, you can go to the website and actually see the things they're just not paying for anymore. And 86 billion is dropping the bucket, but it's something. And if that 86 billion can turn into a couple trillion, which is Elon's goal by the end of next year, I mean, there is a shot where that ends up helping us on the side of growth just by costs that end up coming down. And so I think that's going to be very important as well. The Doge tracker is doge-tracker.com. We actually visited it the other day. This is what it is, dogetracker.com. So you can look at this one and kind of keep updated with everything that they're doing per day. Truflation data is supposedly a month ahead on BLS. On December 30th, Truflation was saying 3.07%. 2 weeks, Truflation was saying 2.23%. So I think February print should be a lot lower. That's a fair point. I actually forgot about Truflation. They did have a low reading. Yeah, they have 2.0%. We just came in at 3.0. So I guess they're thinking that something happened in February that is leading inflation to come down. I guess we'll find out in March when we get February's data. I mean, if we go from 3% to 2%, that would be amazing. I'm doubtful we're going to go to 2%, but even if we come down from 3% back to 2.6, 2.7, that would be important. 2.7 was their CPI target for this one. All right, so we came in at 3.0. So Truflation, I guess, is thinking that the Fed is lagging on some parts of data. I think Shelter is still lagging for the Fed, and maybe that's the surprise that ends up getting inflation to come down dramatically, but still, that's going to be what we have to look at going into next month's data as well. Truflation tends to be very accurate, yeah. So they're never going to match the estimate from the Fed because the Fed is always going to be more aggressive than them because the Fed doesn't look at real-time data. So it makes sense that Truflation's numbers are different from the Fed. But if you believe in Truflation, it has been a leading indicator to see when inflation is going to start coming down, because once the actual real-time data that Truflation uses catches up to the Fed, we tend to see the spike downwards, which is exactly what happened in September and October when we had CPI coming in at 2.4%. Problem is we had the increase over the past couple months, and now we're back to 3%. So that's what we got in the context of CPI. Robinhood's already up in the pre-market. So Hood, no, it just went red again. Okay. So it was up. Now it's back down. I actually like that it's down going into earnings. That gives it a little bit of room to breathe. I think earnings are going to crush. We'll talk more about it later. But I mean, I forgot they're reporting on CPI day. Like, I woke up this morning and I was like, oh yeah, Robinhood's reporting on CPI day. So, I mean, that could be a little bit of a drag on Hood. Palantir is down 2%. SMCI still holding 10% somehow. I thought this would tank by now, but I guess not. For those that have SMCI, are you selling today? Are you buying more? Let me know what you're doing. I am planning to get rid of my calls because I'm kind of tired of holding on to this thing. And I'm happy it's up 10%, but based on the price action yesterday, I kind of expected it to be hit. And so far, it's actually doing okay. Some of you guys said you're selling SMCI, not selling, holding. Look, I don't care anymore about this. This was a trade. It was a gamble. I mean, the earnings probably, given it's up 10% after that CPI, the earnings probably were good enough to signal that they're going to have decent growth. I don't know, dude. I don't want to be part of this anymore. I'm done. It was I'm never following Steve into a trade again, ever. I was annoying him so much last night. I was like, Steve, just watch your back tonight, okay? Just watch your back. When SMCI was down 15%, I was like, just watch your back, bro. Just watch your back. That's all I'm saying. He was like, relax, bro. He's like, you're not going to do shit. I'm like, bro, I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. All right? You're not the only one connected with the mafia. So watch your back tonight. And then SMCI went up 7%. I was like, hey, Steve, you don't have to watch your back tonight. You can go to sleep. Everything's okay. You could have fun. Don't worry. You'll be all right. And then I saw SMCI go down 3%. I was like, Steve, watch your back tonight, Brody. Watch your freaking back. So if SMCI tanks at 9:30 before I get to sell my calls, I'm calling my guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. So we're gonna make sure Steve feels the pain. Oh my gosh. All right. So SMCI right here up 10.3%. Apple's down a little bit. Nvidia's down 1.3. Tesla's up 1.1. Dude, okay. So let me talk about what happened yesterday, because this actually influences Tesla. So I got a chance to interview the CEO of Figure yesterday. I think a lot of you guys already knew this was going to happen, but it ended up happening yesterday. This was the coolest experience ever. And I think it has some implications on Tesla that we'll talk about. First of all, this podcast will be out probably next week. I'm editing it right now. I did the whole podcast myself. So I had my 3 cameras, my audio, everything myself. The audio video went great. Footage went awesome. I was just really happy that I was able to set everything up and we didn't have any technical difficulties. Like that was win number 1 for me, just being able to make sure that I was able to execute it really well. Win number 2 was getting to see the office. Dude, Figure's the real deal. And like, it's hard to understand it just from the picture, but this robot was walking behind us during the podcast. So during the podcast, it was me, it was Brett, and then we had the robot. Brett had the idea of like, hey, what if the robot just walks behind us the whole time? And so the video is recording, and while we're talking, the freaking robot's just walking back and forth. It is the coolest thing ever. And I'm excited for you guys to kind of see what it ends up looking like. In terms of what I saw at the headquarters, the energy was insane. There's about 200 employees. All of them are working like they know that they're changing the world, and they know that they're going to build one of the biggest companies in the world. Brett was just the most welcoming CEO ever. I mean, he met us. One of my boys, Rango, shout out to Rango. Rango actually hit me up. Some of you guys know Rango from the chat, but he heard me talking about going to do the interview today, and he's in the Bay Area. So he hit me up. He's like, yo, do you need a ride? And he picked me up in his Cybertruck, which was awesome. So we got to ride FSD 40 minutes to Sunnyvale, California from Oakland. Fully FSD, no interventions. It was my first FSD ride for about 40 minutes inside of a Cybertruck, and it was incredible. And so he came with me, and then I had another friend from Berkeley come with me as well. So it was the 3 of us, and we were sitting in the waiting room while we were waiting for Brett to come pick us up. And Brett comes in, and he's like, hey, you guys want to tour the factory? And we were like, yeah. And so like, he didn't care who we were. He didn't need to know our names or anything. He was just so excited to show us what they were doing. And then he gives us this tour, and we see these robots doing shit. Like, they're doing shit. They're picking this up. They're putting this there. They're training the robots. They're using the neural nets. They abandoned their OpenAI. They're building their own foundation models based on robots and their based on proprietary data on the neural nets that's being trained from the hardware that they're creating. They vertically integrate all the hardware creation. I mean, it was really exciting. So why am I saying all of this? Number 1, because I think the humanoid robotic thesis is going to be a real thing, and it's not slowing down anytime soon. Number 2, I think if Figure's being able to do this, I can't imagine what Tesla's doing right now. Now, Tesla's not being public about it because it's Tesla, right? And they're keeping everything under wraps. And they haven't released any videos anytime soon. Figure did say in the next 30 days, they're going to release a brand new video where you're going to see real autonomy with the robots. Like, so far, we've seen some level of autonomy, but the next video is going to be one of those videos where it's like, oh, no, these things can really, really do stuff. I would imagine Tesla's doing the same. I would imagine Tesla is doing the same. And eventually, when the street wakes up to this, we went through the math during the podcast, but I was like, one of the questions was like, so Apple does 90 billion in revenue, 45 billion out of that 90 billion is iPhone sales. Do you guys think one day you guys could do, 45, 50 billion in revenue every quarter? And he looks me dead in the face. He's like, we're going to do trillions of dollars in revenue. And it was one of those moments where I was like, oh. Now, you can either say that's super cocky, that's super arrogant, and that's just him talking his book, or you can say, well, this guy's a smart guy, founder of Archer, already had a $100 million exit on another company that he had. So like he has some, credibility in terms of his ability to execute. He's saying the exact same thing that Elon's saying. Elon's saying we're going to be doing trillions of dollars of revenue because he thinks Optimus is a $10 to $20 trillion market opportunity in terms of market cap, which means you can only imagine that would be 4 to 5 trillion or at least 2-3 trillion of revenue and then hundreds of billions of dollars of net income. So from that perspective, both of them are on the same sort of path in terms of where they think the humanoid robotics thesis is going to go. And as a result, I mean, look, The valuation on Tesla never made sense. It still doesn't make sense. I don't think Tesla is about valuation anymore, dude. I think it is literally about liquidity that's driving the price either up or down based on the narrative of what's going to happen in the future. And you either believe that there is going to be a world where billions of robots are walking the face of the earth and Tesla is one of the companies that's producing them, and you are kind of reserving your spot in line by buying shares, or you don't believe that and it's the most overvalued car company in the world. It's really one or the other at this point. Because like the automotive business doesn't justify these numbers. FSD so far doesn't justify these numbers, but eventually it can. FSD and robotics. And so I think, if you're buying it with that hope. Speaking of hope, here's a guy who I'm going to have to take some shit from, as he calls it. Steve, good morning. You're on the Market Open.
I'm on my chair.
You are part of the show. Good morning.
Why is the world freaking out about 3%?
Well, it's larger.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, it's higher than
This is
2.9%.
crazy. It doesn't matter. Like, okay, so is anybody going to stop buying things because something costs $13 instead of $12.90? No.
Well, I don't think that's the way to think about it. I think there's a world where when prices get too aggressive, yeah, you will see some demand start to come down. But I don't think this means sells your stocks and go into 10 years. I agree with you on that perspective. But I mean, it's not good for prices to keep going up, obviously.
It's not good for prices to go up, but 0.1% is nothing to get crazy over. Not to mention, the new administration's been in office for 2 weeks. Like this isn't getting cleaned up immediately. And plus, energy is still a little high.
Yeah, but again, Steve, I think it was expectations. The core CPI came in at 3.3 versus 3.1, and it might sound like it's not a lot, but that's an aggressive move in a month that no one was expecting. Like literally, no one was expecting that big of an aggressive move. So I
hope the market tanks so I can just buy.
I mean, yeah, I don't think the market's going to tank because I think the market is your argument. They're just going to be like, this is stupid, but I could understand why they would take a dip. I could see that.
Waiting for a 9:15 meeting to start. So I figured I'd look at trading economics. I'm like, oh, CPI came in hotter. Then I looked at the market and it's down. It's down too much. Like people are getting, and this is what I can't stand. We're in such an information age that everybody hangs on every little data point. 5-10 years ago, none of this mattered. Unless it went from 5 to 7 or 3 to 5, this was not a headline.
That's fair. I've also got to congratulate you.
Why?
Well,
I didn't do anything right.
No, I got to congratulate you because you saved yourself from me calling a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy to make sure you didn't have to watch your back last night. So I just want to congratulate you because, I didn't have to call my guy is what I'm trying to say. And the reason I didn't have to call my guy is because SMCI is up 10% right now.
You realize I'm really confused right now.
If SMCI was down 10%, you would have had to sleep with one eye open, buddy. All right? I just want to make sure you understand that.
I promise you I would have slept with both eyes closed like a baby last night.
Because I would have called a guy who knows the guy, and I would have made sure you slept with one night open if this was down 10%. But it's up 10%. So, I just want to
know that that's a lot of steps of removal, right?
Anyway, okay, so I didn't look at the earnings. Were the earnings good or bad for SMCI?
This company's really undervalued. I mean, we did the math last night on it, and I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me, but yeah, if you look at them having a 10.7% GAAP margin, which is what they're projecting for, revenue guidance came down a little bit, but still they're guiding between 23.5 to 25 billion in revenue for this year, and then could be 40 billion next year. But let's just stick with midpoint of 24 billion this year. 10.5% margin, 10.7% margin on that. You're looking at a PE that's at 11 or so. I mean, this is crazy growth. Margin is decent and profitability is big because there's not a lot of shares. There's only, I think, 657 shares outstanding. I mean, this company's got very little debt. The one sticking point that I wasn't happy about is they reported earnings, but they didn't drop the 10K. They're waiting another week or two. Ken doesn't think it's a big deal, but I think that this would have been up a lot more today, or in after hours / pre-market, if they had just dropped the 10K and cleared out the.
So hold on.
Potential for
Why the hell has this company that has gotten so much grace from the market and from the regulators not filed their freaking 10K?
They have another, what's that? 12. They got another 13 days.
No, I know they have another 13 days, but why are they waiting till the last moment? Like what's going on here?
That was a sticking point with me. I was pretty annoyed. The second that they said that, it was one of the first things they said on the call. They did say they're very confident that, I'm paraphrasing, this isn't word for word, but they were very confident that when they do, everything will be cleared up. And that's fine and dandy to say, and they came out with numbers that are good, and there's a lot of growth on the horizon, but I think it would have been smart to drop it. But once again, it's not, they can't drop it until the auditing firm has signed off on it and is ready to publish it. Maybe they need another week. Maybe they just want to check it over one more time because of how scrutinized it's been. Who knows? Could be a lot of reasons.
I'm not buying that reason, but I feel
I'm not saying that it's a good reason. I'm just saying there's a lot of reasons, and all I think is that we're going to have to wait another week and a half to get a clean bill of health. And once we do, I think the market's going to respond really favorable because the numbers are very interesting. I wonder if the numbers are updated.
So you're not selling today. You're holding.
No, there's no reason to sell.
Okay,
it's up 10% right now.
Oh,
it's up 10% on a down day. There's zero reason to sell.
Well, I'm out. I'm out today. I'm done. I'm not playing this game anymore.
You don't have to play this.
Yeah, no, I'm done, dude. I'm done. Like, this is stupid, dude. You're not going to follow. I don't care if it goes up to 50 next week. Like, this is dumb.
Think about it like this. You always tell me, or you don't always tell me, you like to say with certain companies, I don't understand growth.
Yes, Apple growing at 1.2% means that you don't understand growth.
So you should love this company. Their revenue is growing at 62% this year.
Yeah, with margins that are like, Steve, come on. There's
what do you mean a GAAP margin, not a gross margin, a GAAP profit margin of 10.7%. So you have 62% revenue growth this year, and they're projecting another 39% next year. The analyst community.
So you think the stock's going to 75 then? You think that it's so deeply undervalued?
I don't know that it's going to 75, but I think that 50 to 60 is realistic. This is not a company that should be trading under a 20 PE. Not with that type of growth. I mean, think about it. It's more growth than Palantir. It's more growth than SoFi. It's more growth than any of those companies.
Yeah, but I don't care about SMCI enough. You know, that's the other thing. Like, I don't care about it. So
I get it. You don't care about it, but look, the numbers are the numbers. It doesn't matter what the name of it is. If they get a clean bill of health, earnings are growing at 62%. I'm sorry, revenue is 62%. Earnings growth is 25% this year. 25%. They're expecting $2.76.
Yeah, and obviously Nvidia,
if
Nvidia crushes, they're probably going to crush as well. So that's a fair point.
And that's the other catalyst. You got Nvidia reporting on the 26th. They have to drop the 10K by the 25th. So you could get a swan song here in the last week and a half of February, where they drop the 10K, get a clean bill of health, Nvidia crushes and says nobody's taking their foot off the gas. Blackwell demand is off the charts. Nvidia could rip, and then that means more incremental revenue for SMCI. It's a derivative play on Nvidia.
You know what I might do? I might sell my calls to get out of the expiration, and I might buy some shares. I think that's the easier way for me to sleep well at night because I just don't want to be in leaps on this anymore.
Yeah, but you didn't make it. This isn't an investment for you. This is a gamble. So
it's a gamble in the first place, right? So at some point, you've got to take some profits off the table. And at this point, if I'm up $2,000 in the morning, I'll take those profits off. Like I don't.
Yeah, I mean, listen, nobody ever got hurt taking a profit.
I still don't get how they did not file the 10K. It is beyond me to think they actually had the balls to. Also, did they release earnings or were these preliminary numbers? Because from what I'm seeing, these were preliminary Q2 results.
So they did not release the actual financial.
So what the hell is going on, Steve? Like how do we not get earnings on the day of earnings? Like what is happening here?
I asked the same thing. I wanted to see the balance sheet. I wanted to see the cash flow statement. We didn't get it. We just picked through the numbers.
So when are we going to get it then?
Next 2 weeks.
Yeah, right here. Supermicro announced the second quarter preliminary financial information.
They got another 2 weeks. They're probably going to drop everything then.
Yeah, so I'm out, bro. I don't care if it goes to 75. I don't like this, dude. It probably will, though. You're right on the thesis. I'm not saying you're wrong on the undervaluation thesis. I get it. I 100% get that. You're right. That's
So
why I
two
got into this in the
companies
first
real
place.
quick,
but-
before I have to leave, look at Alibaba. Alibaba's ripping,
Okay.
and look at Intel.
Oh yeah.
I
Why
told
is
you
it?
Intel's
People
not
people were
staying
asking me in
there.
the chat. Why do you think Intel's up?
Well, they came out and said they're going to make their AI chip in America. Who knows? I mean, and Pfizer's interesting. Ken pointed out something very interesting with Pfizer, that Starboard's taking an activist position. So those are three that we really need to watch, and I may need to buy more of.
Intel. Yeah. JD Vance did say the chips are going to be in America yesterday as well.
Intel, I think, is too important to our national security and just too important to the country for this to go under. It is just in a spot where if Intel goes under, we got real serious problems. And I think that somebody needs to take them over. And now they're saying that a fab spinoff to Taiwan Semiconductor may be occurring, which I think is bad. I think somebody needs to take over Intel, or you need to get a different CEO in there from one of these other companies. But
Nvidia below 130. Are you buying that dip on CPI, or you don't care?
I was considering getting out of BABA and moving that over to Nvidia, actually, because it's I'm actually up on it on BABA now.
Oh wow, you've been holding BABA for a while, so that's great.
I've been buying my way out of a hole for years.
Wow, 115. That actually is a big move. It was at like 50 last year. So,
Yeah.
Well.
So,
All right. Good stuff, Steve.
all right, I gotta get going. I will see you later.
All right.
Have
See you later.
fun.
Yep. Bye.
Later.
15 minutes until the market opens. We're going to see how this ends up playing out. For those that are just joining, CPI came in and it was hotter than expected. Some parts of the market are upset about that. Other parts of the market don't really care. At 9:30, we're going to see how the market ultimately determines what they think about this headline CPI coming in worse and the core coming in worse. I do agree with Steve, though. I mean, just CPI going up 1/3% higher is not like the biggest deal in the world. However, it ruins the trend of declining inflation. It ruins it even if it's ruining for the short term, because I think the next couple months are going to be okay as shelter and energy come down. But in the short term, it gets hit. And so equities have to reflect that. The 10-year has to reflect that 4.6. Long term, does it really matter if we're at 3.1 versus 3.0? No. But it messes up the trend. I mean, the 10-year moves up another 0.5. We're going to be at almost 4.7, which is just below 4.8, which is where we were right before Trump got inaugurated. And it was so nice to see 4.8 collapse to 4.4. If we get close to 4.8 again, I mean, a lot of these equities will probably be re-rated, at least to an extent. The good thing is they put up really good earnings, and that's helping them. But that's something that I think a lot of people are going to have to deal with as well. Yeah, guys, I'm selling my SMCI. I don't care, dude. This was always a gamble. I knew the day that it pumped 15% before earnings. I've seen it too many times happen, even if it's not been in my portfolio, but it's been in other people's portfolios, where they make an earnings trade, the stock makes a move before earnings, literally a day before earnings or the day of earnings, and then earnings comes out and then the move is gone. And thankfully, SMCI is still holding this 10%, but usually when that happens, it's a sell the news, bro. It tends to, like, it gets priced in. It doesn't happen all the time, but the reason I really didn't sell the day it was up 15% a couple days ago when I was complaining about it was because I was like, okay, they still haven't said that they're cleared by the auditors. If they say that, then boom, like the market should fundamentally say this is really undervalued. There's no risk they go bankrupt. There's no risk they get delisted, and they should go higher. But they didn't say that yesterday, and that's what I thought they would say. And they didn't say that. They didn't even file the 10K. So, like, what am I supposed to think here? And I kind of don't want to sit around for them to file it by February 25th. Like, they're acting like this is a school book report and they're waiting till the last minute to hand it into the teacher or something like that. Like, come on, bro. It's a public company. How have we not got these numbers? This is insanity to me, even if it is deeply undervalued. So, I don't know. I'd just rather not continue to hold this stuff. NVIDIA's below 130. Yes, NVIDIA is still below 130. Right now, where's Hood? Where is Hoodie? Hoodie is down 0.21. Google's down 1%. Meta's down 1%. The Qs and the S&P are down. SoFi is down 2. Palantir's at 110, which isn't really a dip, but we'll see if it can hold 110 or if it breaks below that. Tesla, a little recovery here, which makes sense to me because of how bad it was yesterday. But I don't know if we can trust it. I mean, in 12 minutes, we're going to see if Tesla can hold this or if it just keeps collapsing. Tesla's now down how much year to date? I think it's like 15%. 13% year to date. It's lost 50 points since the beginning of this year. So we'll see. We'll see in 10 minutes how this ends up playing out. Okay, what else do we have? Okay, so we have a couple of other headlines. Let's go to these and then we'll keep going from there. What do you think about Palantir market open? I have no clue. Again, Palantir stock has taken a life of its own, so it's doing its own thing. But look, if Palantir falls back to 100, I don't think anyone's going to be like, oh, it is this massive dip, because we know that it's a bit extended here. But I don't think it has to fall back to 100 given the stock is taking its own life. And so if it can consolidate and hold these levels, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. We do have some updates right here on Sam Altman and Elon. So we've been following this story for a while. Altman talked a little bit about it yesterday. He wrote a memo to his employees about this entire Elon Musk issue. And he says, in the memo, he stated that while no official bid has been received, our structure exists to ensure that no individual can take control of OpenAI. He added that Elon runs a competing AI company and that his actions are not about OpenAI's missions or values. They are tactics aimed at weakening us because we are making great progress. So Altman's angle is like, hey, Elon doesn't actually care about getting his fair share of OpenAI or making OpenAI turn into closed AI. He just cares about getting rid of a competitor to Grok, which is a very strong competitor. And a lot of people have been wondering, hey, is this the reason that Tesla's falling? Is the reason that Tesla's falling is because Elon is so focused on all this ancillary, idiosyncratic type of events versus the actual car business and the actual FSD business, Optimus business, and he's just not putting his all into Tesla. That is sort of the argument. Is that why Tesla's falling, or is that not? Well, I did a poll on that, at least in terms of who's buying the dip. Out of 14,000 votes, it is literally 50-50. 50.1 on falling knife, 49.9 on buying the dip. So to me, this is a sentiment that 50% of people think this is a falling knife because they think Elon's distracted with politics, with whatever he's focused on, trying to take over OpenAI, etc. And the other 49.9% say this is stupid, the market's getting it wrong, and this is an easy way to buy the dip. But the point is, it's divided. I mean, this at 14,000, I think, is a pretty strong sample size. And if literally 7,000 people are like, no, we're buying the dip, 7,000 people are saying it's a falling knife, you might see Tesla just stay flat based on that. If you have some people buying and some people selling versus an aggressive amount of people buying versus selling. So I don't know. We are going to find out. Let me know in the chat if you are buying the dip on Tesla. I think it's one of those things where, like, again, if you believe in robotics and believe in FSD, you kind of just buy the dip and hold your nose. But there's also a world where you could believe in that and want a better entry price. And I think the market's going to have to figure that out over the coming weeks as we try to see what happens with Tesla. The one thing that does go bad for Tesla is that we see their Germany, Europe, China numbers, and they're not good. They're down more than 20% year over year. So Q2 or Q1 earnings, I don't know how good that's going to be. I don't know how good deliveries and productions are going to be. But again, I think the stock, it's not about the numbers. It just doesn't feel about the numbers anymore. It feels like it's way more about, do you believe in it or do you not? And you kind of just buy it on that. And if not, you don't buy it. I mean, same thing. It would not same thing with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is actually the opposite. NVIDIA is about the numbers. Like, do you think they can put up 40 billion in revenue? Because the stock is priced at 3.25 trillion for them to, continue hitting these estimates. For Tesla, it's like, do you believe Elon's going to pull it off? And that's it. That is quite frankly it. Andy says, I DCA weekly regardless of stock price. That's fair. That's also the right way to do it. A lot of people are looking in the chat below 300. Linky bought 4,000 worth. Quarantine Quartet adding Tesla slowly. Krupa says, I'm buying the dip under 300. There's something about that psychological level of going below 300 that people enjoy. But I think we're going to have to see if that ends up playing out. Josh Brown talked about Tesla on the pod yesterday. They couldn't believe the volatility. This is normal to a Tesla investor and has always been a good idea to buy during these large pullbacks. Let's actually pull up what Josh Brown said. Uber, by the way, I mean, Uber is going down as well right now. Uber is not necessarily benefiting that much yet. I mean, it benefited over the past week, but Today, it's still getting hit from CPI. Actually, let's listen to Lonsdale. So he's on CNBC right now. Let's get his thoughts. He's probably going to talk a little bit about Doge and Palantir. And then we'll get Josh Brown's thoughts in a bit.
Inside the Oval Office on Tuesday with President Trump, Elon Musk defended Doge.
What meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy.
Joins right now is Joe Lonsdale, 8VC founding partner, co-founder of Palantir. There's about 100 things that we want to talk about, Joe, including Doge, including OpenAI, and yes, carried interest, given our conversation on X over the weekend about that. But let me start on the OpenAI Musk front, if you will, because I know that you're a backer of his proposal, or maybe we should call it a hostile bid for OpenAI, which is a not-for-profit. Tell us how it came about.
Lonsdale is part of the $97 billion bid that they submitted a couple of days ago.
What's your involvement in it? I think we're all trying to understand what's really going on there.
Good morning, Andrew. Well, listen, it's been a really fun 20 days, right? I think this administration, with Elon's help and with President Trump in charge, is winning more than we've ever seen before in 30 years. We've done what we haven't, we couldn't do this much in the last few generations. And for me, I just think this is such a cool time for our civilization. I'm really bullish on what Elon's doing. And listen, I know both Elon and Sam, and Elon really helped create OpenAI. What Sam's done with it's amazing. If Elon wants to do something, I'm gonna support him, though.
Just from a legal perspective, I spent the past 48 hours trying to look through what's happening here. It feels like, just so we're on the same page, that the bid itself, dead on arrival, insofar as the board of OpenAI, which is a not-for-profit, given its current structure at least, has actually zero obligation, fiduciary duty, if you will, to return to the investors who've invested in the subsidiary. So just because there's a bid doesn't mean that it has to be taken or even taken seriously, because the only duty they have is to the quote mission of the not-for-profit charter, which then raises all sorts of questions about what the bid is really all about. A lot of speculation that really what it is an effort to try to create a floor or a valuation metric, which would make it tougher, frankly, for OpenAI to become a for-profit, because some of the AGs could get involved and start to look at, what's called fair value, and they might look at the bid as a potential metric to sort of set against. Do you feel like, can you just speak to what's happening here? Because I think everybody who's looking at it just on its face says it can't really be what it is.
Well, listen, this is obviously a sensitive legal situation, Andrew, and I'm not the spokesperson for what's going on, so I want to be really careful what I say. What I will tell you is that, Elon really helped create OpenAI, helped create the mission at the very beginning, probably wouldn't exist without him. And, I think the mission was it's supposed to be open, and it's not, but yet it has done amazing things for the world. And listen, if Elon were to be able to buy it, I think it'd be a great thing for the world. Some people disagree, but he's making a serious bid. And when my friend, who I think is right now the most important person in the world, wants to do something, I gotta support him.
Let's talk about Doge. I think there's a lot of people that are super excited about trying to get to the bottom of and find all sorts of things in the government that maybe we shouldn't be spending our money on. That's the one side of it. And then obviously you've seen some of the Treasury secretaries and others, write public letters in the New York Times and elsewhere, frustrated and concerned about what they would say is the transparency of the process, not about the good news of the transparency of what we may learn, but how this is all being done. What do you think about that?
Well, what I think is that, like I said, in 20 days, we've done what we couldn't do in multiple generations. We had this permanent bureaucracy, Andrew, and it's just shocking what they're uncovering. Like, I knew there was waste. I'm one of the only guys who've been speaking out very boldly the last 10 years about how badly this needs to be cut, how badly we need to get into these things. There's even more waste than even I thought. And I was probably on the most extreme side of people saying this is ridiculous and broken, right? So, I mean, it's just amazing what they're uncovering everywhere they go here. I think they are being quite transparent about the things they're finding. I think a lot more will continue to come out. But I mean, what we know is not being transparent is the mainstream media right now is not being transparent about how ludicrous these things are that they're finding, because it's afraid to offend its readers and its listeners on the left overall. I mean, we're living in different realities in our country right now, because one side's reporting, hundreds of crazy things. There's all these scams around the world. There's all this money clearly being wasted. There's all this grift being stolen. There's money going to, frankly, to media as well, as you've seen, which is really crazy. And the other side's just not even reporting on the things that are being found. So, in general, I think this is amazing what they're doing. I think they should keep doing it really boldly. The executive order yesterday, 4 employees out for every employee in, they're going to make it more efficient. It's very clear these employees are not working efficiently. I mean, this is awesome stuff. And what's happening, Elon made a great point. I was involved as a kid at PayPal a little bit. Whenever you'd turn off fraud or grift, or change something, the people who would scream the most were the fraudsters. And so the noise is mostly now coming from.
Can I think I'm going to.
All right, we'll finish that after the bell. We got about 30 seconds, folks. I am unloading my SMCI calls. Based on what I'm looking at, I think I should still be able to walk out with a $3,000 in profit. At the height, I could have made 3,500. If I still walk out with $3,000, I'm a happy guy. So as soon as the market opens, we'll see. And if it moons after, I don't care. I have no regrets. If it tanks, I don't care. I want to get out of it at this point. So we're going to see. We're going to see what we're able to do. That's the first move we'll make, and then we will keep going from there. Here we go. Wednesday, February 12th, 9:30 a.m. The stock market is now open. All right, wake your ass up. Here we go. SMCI opens up 8%. It is not a $3,000 profit, but it is a $2,800 profit that I'm looking at right now. I am going to take it. I am out. See you later. Sayonara. If this ends up filling, this is not going to fill. This is not going to fill at these levels. Let's see. Let's see if we can get to sell. We're going to do 17.5. No, 17. Is 17 even going to fill? We'll try 17. Let's see if 17 fills. Wait, am I on buy? No, I'm on sell. Okay, thank goodness I'm on sell. Oh, we filled. We got it. 17. Okay, cool. So we got them for 17. So hold on. I bought these contracts for $11.50. I just sold them for 17. So we made $2,900. All right. So it's almost $3,000. It's almost $3,000. That's not horrible. It's almost $3,000. That's not bad. At the height of it on Tuesday, we could have made $3,500. So there you go. We at least made $3,000. That'll kind of cover some of the Ubers that I've been paying for in California. So all right, there we go. We're out of that one. Tesla up 1.46%. Nvidia down 2%. Apple's down 0.5%. Uber is down 3%. Tempest is down 2.5%. Grab's down 0.5%. Archer's up a little bit. Archer did have some dilution yesterday. That's why they were down 10%. Coca-Cola's down or flat. Shopify, wow, down 5%. So guess market is not liking CPI's effect on their earnings. Netflix back below 1,000. GameStop below 1%. Carnival Cruise down 2%. Robinhood goes green. Robinhood goes greeny green. Robinhood goes green. Michelle says, waiting for my butler to bring my breakfast, but it was just a minute. You guys have a lot of jokes about the bell. I wish I didn't forget the bell in New Jersey, but we're doing what we got to do. Some of you guys have been texting me, though, that you like the bell because it doesn't hurt your ears, but we got to bring the real bell back when we get back to Jersey. It's going to be a shock for everyone who got used to the small bell. We're going to just go back to the loud gong that I ring every day. BABA right here, 2.3%. That's up. Intel's up 2%. Pfizer's down 0.5%. CVS is up 11%. Looks like earnings were good for them. Meta down 0.5%. SoFi down 2.4%. Wow, Palantir, dude, resilient is not even the word. Goodness gracious. 113 on Palantir. 113 on Palantir. Where is Tessie? Are we green on Tesla? We are, 2% green on Tesla. Palantir and Tesla. Both going green, even though CPI came in a lot worse than expected. Nvidia getting hit by that in a bad way, down 2.25%. SMCI still holding 9.6%. We basically sold it when SMCI was 42. So right now it's holding these levels. And so we can see if it goes above that or below. But that's where we got out. Nvidia down 2%, Apple down 0.5%, Uber's down 3%. Tempest was up 14% yesterday, gave it back. Now it's down another 1%. Joby's down 0.4, and then Robinhood, Tesla, and Palantir still holding on to their green as the Max 7 go down. The Qs are also down about 1% here right now. VRT had earnings today. They had a double beat, but CPI wasn't the best. They were down. They continue to be down 8%. I don't know why they're down. The earnings looked really good, so there has to be something either in the guidance or CPI that had an impact on them going down, but VRT right here is getting hit, down 8.4%, and then VST also down 2.45%. So that's what we got for some of the opening bell. This is the trade, by the way, for those that want to see it. So January 22nd, we opened 5 contracts for $11.50. February 12th, basically 2 weeks later, we sell them for $17. I'm happy with that, dude. That's very close to where they were at the height of their gains. So I'll take it. I will take it. Let me know if anyone in the chat sold their SMCI or not. Up. There we go. We're getting a little bit of red at 41 now. Let's see if that reverses. Yeah, those contracts would be worth maybe $16 right now, given it's going down. Dude, that's the other crazy thing about the market, bro. Sometimes it's like, you know, I guess because we're in California, sometimes you get in and you get out. Like it is what it is. I wish I had the soundboard right now, but sometimes you just get in, you do what you got to do, and then you try to take your profits as soon as you can. Right? I did have in and out yesterday, so that's why that's on my mind. But up right here, 5%. It was up 10%, and like now it's up 5%. And we got to see if this red candle gets worse or if this has a little bit more of a reversal right here. But SMCI 40.42, DoorDash 198, Palantir 113, Alibaba 116, Robinhood. Dude, I think Hood earnings are going to be amazing, and that's why the market's still giving it some love, even on a crappy CPI. But we're going to have to see. We're going to see how good those earnings end up becoming. Alibaba's up almost 4%. Tesla giving away some of its gains as well. Now back below 330. It's $1 away from going red, but it held on to a little bit of that green here right now. Mila said she sold. A couple of others have said they sold. BB said I sold SMCI shares at 42.50. Okay, you got a good price at least for now. Andrea sold it. Dark Pool Cash sold it. Reza sold it. Okay, so we all sold, or at least a decent amount of us sold. Look, I sold because I have to pay my Uber bill, because these Ubers are a bit expensive, bro. Like that $3,000 hopefully is gonna allow me to cover some of the Uber. But for everyone else who has their profits, you can enjoy your profits. I'm gonna be paying off the credit card for Uber. Wow, SMCI. She's just fell below 40 for a second. I don't know, bro. Street doesn't trust it. Street doesn't trust it yet. Not yet. Maybe when the thing comes out. Maybe when the actual results come out. The price of those leaps now, January 2027 50s, they are going for $15.90. Holy crap, dude. We got out at 17. Now they're worth less than 16. Freaking crazy, dude. Now, if SMCI reverses to 45, then they'll be up to like $19. But it's just a question of, does that happen or does it continue to get hit? S&P still down 1%. Grab goes green. That's nice. So Grab getting a little bit of green. They have earnings coming up soon. Wow, Hoodie, 54. Tesla as well, 333. Didn't get hit below 330. And then Palantir going slightly red at 112.61 here right now. Alex Karp is going to be holding his Ask Me Anything today on Twitter. I think I might stream it. I might not be able to today. It's going to be happening at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Again, I might be able to stream it. I might not. But if I can't, then you'll be able to see it on Twitter. But I will try. I'll let you guys know. I might literally not be able to make it. But if I will, then we'll be watching that live. Iliano's going to be hosting it with him. So Iliano and Karp are going to be doing an Ask Me Anything. And if you asked any questions in the Twitter post, then they might ask one of your questions. And I think that'll be super fun to see that happen. The strike for the SMCI call for someone who was asking is 50. It was 50 for January 2027. That was the strike that I had. Okay, what else? DoorDash is up 3%. They had a good earnings yesterday. What else? DoorDash is up. CVS is up. Yes, CVS had a really good bump right here, up 14%. I mean, they did beat by like 50 cents on their earnings, so I guess that's well worth it. Uber is down 75, but making a little bit of recovery. That's up 2%. Upstart, yeah, this is the one. So I didn't get to talk about this last night. Upstart, dude, this thing This thing is unbelievable. This is what SoFi wants to become. SoFi wants to become a platform that doesn't have any of the balance sheet risk, but has all of the upside due to AI lending or just their underwriting process, all that stuff. And Upstart's playing out that thesis really nicely. And I think Noto was on the conference yesterday. I got to listen to a little bit of it, and he was saying that our loan platform is going to be the next generation of how the company thinks of risk management, balance sheets, multiples on the company, just in terms of how they're valued by the broader market, all that stuff. But Upstart is playing out that thesis pretty nicely, up 30% right here, because they don't have any balance sheet risk. They're just an AI lender that underwrites using their algorithms and then tries to match people with the right loans. So if SoFi ends up becoming that, I mean, you could see SoFi start to trade at some pretty nice multiples. It's just a question of if the market's going to interpret that on a company like SoFi. SoFi has a price of sales of 6. Upstart is a price of sales of 14. You know? So there's a massive difference between how these two trade. And it's not like Upstart's growth is that much different than SMCI's either. But it's doing great. It is doing great here right now. Are you streaming Hood Earnings? Yes, I'm streaming Hood Earnings. I will be I'll be live at 3:30. Justin says X Live never works for me. Yeah, so X Live definitely has some issues, but Palantir is doing it on X. I think they're going to have, enough people to make sure it goes well. They're generally good at production. Like AIPCon is streamed on X, all that stuff, and there's usually not too many glitches. But usually when there's a glitch on X Live, it's not because of the people doing anything wrong. It's because X sucks sometimes when you go live on it. Like, it's just one of those platforms that doesn't have all the bugs figured out. But I think they're going to be okay. And I think it'll be a really fun Ask Me Anything. And it'll be cool to see Karp kind of in a non-formal, I guess, mode. It's not like an earnings call where he has to answer questions. It's going to be questions from his biggest supporters. And I think it'll be cool to see him do this after earnings, especially given the company re-accelerated growth as high as they did for Q4. Palantir right here, 112. That's basically flat. It's now going green, 112.70. Again, the dip on Palantir has been like 109 over the past couple of days. The highs were 117. So we really haven't gone below 109. And we're still holding that. Robin at 54.19, doing a very good job holding above 54. In terms of price action, some people are saying, what do you think is going to happen to the stock? I think if we crush earnings, like really crush earnings, I think we see 60. I think there's a good shot we can go up 10% and we see 60, because it's just like earnings that, no one can deny. More likely than not, I think earnings are good. I think analysts have priced it in because the stock's up 40%. And I think we're flat or we're down a couple percent. And people wouldn't be happy with that. But as someone who's a long-term investor, I would really just be happy to see progress on the company. Is there a world where we go back to 45, 20% dip? Yeah, I think there's a world where that happens. I just think it's a bit unlikely. I think we would have to really see some pain in the numbers to see that happen. And I don't think that necessarily takes place. But there's a world where, look, I was wrong last time on Q3 earnings. I thought that, stock was at 30. I thought earnings would be great. Earnings were great, but they missed by like a cent on EPS and about 20 million on revenue, because analysts kind of didn't factor in some of the expenses they had. And then the stock fell. So if the same thing happens again, which I hope it won't, but it could happen, yeah, we can see the stock get some volatility. So it's one of those things that we're going to have to see at 4 p.m. and I'll be live to cover and see how that happens. Arnie is interviewing Vlad as well. Arnie will interview him tomorrow. Arnie's interviewing him tomorrow on Twitter Spaces. So I'll be live in that. I think it's going to be 3:30 Eastern or 2:30 Eastern. But if you follow Arnie on Twitter, he's going to be having a live Spaces with Vlad. You guys are saying Robinhood's down right now. Is it? Let me open my app. Is it not working? I mean, I was able to sell my calls, so it was working at 9:30. I mean, it's working for me. Is it not? What is it? Are you guys not able to buy or sell? I'm going to let me try to buy something. I'm going to buy a share grab. Does it work? Yeah, it works fine for me. All right, I guess it's not working for some people. Yeah, I just bought a share. It had no issue. Yeah. I guess for some people it's working. Some people it's not able to buy or sell. That might be a glitch. I mean, I update the app every day, so maybe try updating the app. Let me see on the desktop if it's working. Let me open it up. Desktop. Yeah, it's working for me on desktop. All right, I guess we got to see. If a lot of people start complaining, definitely not going to be the best, but maybe gets resolved relatively soon. Tesla 337. Wow, there you go. Tesla 337 up 2.8%. I mean, I would expect this rebound after a really bad day, down 6%. So let's see if we can get back to 340. and if they can get there as well. Yeah, half of you guys are saying it works for you, half of you guys are saying it's not. So I guess it's a little weird for a bunch of people. Legend and app working just fine. Yeah, it's working for me as well. So Robinhood right here, 54.38, Tesla 337, and then Palantir just touched 114, right under that. Nvidia recovering as well. Look at that. SMCI getting a bit of recovery as well. It was down to up 4%. Now it's up 8%. I guess CPI, even the S&P, dude. S&P was below 600. Now it's back above 600. Look, I mean, maybe some money is coming in right now, and they're letting it go up a little higher. You guys are seeing how horizontally scaled systems work. Yeah, it's definitely different when it's vertically integrated versus horizontally integrated. Yeah, I guess we'll see, guys. I guess we'll see if more people are complaining about it or not. But right now it's working for me. Let me pull this up right here. Also, Jose is going to be joining us today to talk semis. I think he'll be joining in like about 20 minutes. So we'll have Jose on, and we'll get his thoughts on SMCI as well. And we'll see what he's thinking about NVIDIA, all that good stuff. CVS widest beat in over 4 years. Well, it's up 15%, so the market likes it. Robinhood and Tesla, Baba and Palantir are the winners this morning. They're still holding up. Look at Palantir, dude. Trying to go back to 115. Trying to go back to 115. SMCI holding up 42.5. That's going up. I mean, if that one recovers, then that one's going to be in a good spot. That's up 11% right here, 42.5. So the whole market's recovering now. I mean, if as we're seeing this go green, we're seeing everything kind of take a little bit of a turn. NVIDIA, look at that, 50 cents away from going green. I think this is the market saying we just don't care that much about CPI. And I guess they cared in the morning, and they don't care now. CRISPR's up 6.4. Wow. Did they have earnings? CRISPR usually doesn't move like that. By the way, Kathy did a ton of selling last night as well. Let me pull up her sales. So Kathy sold yesterday. Let's see if I can pull this up. She sold a ton of Palantir. She sold a ton of SoFi. She sold a ton of she actually bought a ton of Amazon. She's like buying a lot of these safe plays. So yesterday she sold Roku 194,000 shares, UiPath 517,000 shares, Palantir 172,000 shares. She sold 218,000 shares of Path. She sold 63,000 shares of Oklo. She bought 24,000 shares of Shopify. She bought 11,000 of AMD. She's been buying a lot of AMD. She sold 79,000 of Hood. She sold another 50,000 of Palantir. And then she sold another 29,000 of Palantir and then 177,000 of SoFi. So definitely trimmed Hood, Palantir, and SoFi on these. All right, SMCI 43. Could have made some more money. Ended up not making that money right here. So we'll see how far it goes. It's getting rejected every time at 43. So it's got to break 43.5 to really get some love right here. But it is going green, which is at least good for the broader markets. Yeah, some of you guys keep saying Hood is down. It's not down for me. I guess for some people it's down, but for me it's good. It's not down. It's not down, at least right now. What else do we have? Think about it. CVS aren't going anywhere, and most healthcares are using CVS exclusively for prescriptions. Well, also CVS is different than Walgreens. They're like actually have a relatively strong business. Wow, CVS's market cap 79 billion versus Walgreens at 9 billion. I mean, it is definitely night and day in terms of their pharmacy operations. SoFi still red, not going green yet. Upstart 30 free. Is anyone in Upstart? Did anyone get in this play before this move? I mean, Upstart, this is a stock that went to 400 during the bubble, collapsed all the way to $7. And if you bought in end of 2022 or early 2023, you've done very, very well. And you've seen some momentum. So we've seen a lot of different rotations right here. Upstart 88, up 33%. Tesla still holding up 2%. Robinhood trying to get back to 55. Baba 116. Googs at 186. Meta 718. And then Qs at 525. Coinbase 267, that's green. Where's Bitcoin? I feel like Bitcoin's been so boring over the past couple of like weeks. 95,000 right here. And that's probably a good thing that it's boring. You know, at least it's not losing its steam, but the strategic Bitcoin reserve is not happening yet. Hood is back up. Yes, Hood is back up. Oh, well, Chris is also right. CVS has their own PBM. I mean, that's a good point as well. Yeah, having their own PBM is an important thing. Bitcoin did not like CPI. That is also correct. Bitcoin did not like CPI. All right, let's finish this clip with Lonsdale, and then we'll hear what Josh Brown had to say about Tesla. So let's just watch this, and then we'll keep going from there.
I hope you will think I'm coming to this from a place. I know you're going to say mainstream media, but I hope you'll. I think that a lot of the grift, terrible. I'm very supportive of the idea of trying to expose all of the grift. I think we've been reporting on it quite regularly, actually. I think that the question, and I think we should continue to support trying to find as much grift as possible. At the same time, I would think for the purposes of exposing that grift and making it all work as a country, you want the process to be as credible as possible. So to the extent that there are people who say to themselves, not about whether they're worried about what the fraud is or not, but to say, you know, are these things going, is this data being used in some way we don't know? Is it going into an AI system that we don't know about? Are the people who are finding the grift government employees? Have they been vetted? I mean, isn't it best? Couldn't you walk and chew gum at the same time? Meaning, get all of the grift, expose all of it in the best.
I love Andrew, but this question took like 5 hours, and I don't understand why it's taking this long to ask this question.
Way possible, and have the process be so credible that everybody says, "Oh my goodness."
Never. You could never have everyone say that.
Well, that's what I'm asking Joe.
Joe's right. They're going to be angry. But listen, Andrew, I mean, what we had to do here is that there's been layers of bureaucracy. Like I have mentors in the Reagan administration who came in looking for these things, and those people were not technical. And so when they went to the bureaucracy and they asked questions, there's so many ways of obscuring and blocking and deterring. And so what Elon did is he got root access and he went to the tech systems themselves. No one has done this in ever. Like no president ever has had tech people around him. And they went to the systems and they started finding things like, oh my goodness. And these people who work for the agencies to try to confront them and say, no, you can't look at the systems. You can't, you're getting around all of our ability to block all this stuff. We thought you'd never actually get to see any of this. And they're freaking out because they're looking. And so it's very transparent. They went to the systems. They actually saw the payments, and the payments were going out to crazy shit. There were payments to people with same social security numbers. There are payments to people with no social security numbers to 100 billion. There's it's everywhere. There's payments to Internews Network, which is training media all around the world how to have a certain point of view. That's a very left point of view. There are payments to protesters around the world. There's like all this stuff that's crazy, and they're being very transparent. Yes, we went to the data and we found it. It's only been 20 days. Like, give them a chance. They're gonna put all of this out. They already are putting a lot out. I mean, I think this is amazing, but people want to slow them down. They want to slow them down from stopping their grift is really the biggest question here.
All right, so that's Lonsdale's perspective. Lonsdale's perspective has always been give Elon a shot to kind of uncover what's going on in our government. And I guess we're going to see over the coming weeks what Elon ultimately is able to do. But there definitely has been opposition, and I think he's going to have to navigate and manage that opposition as well. All right, I'm calling Chris. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good, man. Good. Just following up on inflation, looking at the information and the data.
Yeah, what was your take? CPI obviously came in a bit hot on the top and the bottom, or on the core and the yearly. How did you interpret it?
Well, one, the egg prices were like almost 50% higher. One of the things, like me and my wife, we go to breakfast and we go to places, and every restaurant that we've been going to, they have a surcharge on eggs right now, right? Because eggs are just expensive. Because, like, you know why eggs are expensive?
Because they're not exciting?
No, it's because there was a quote unquote bird flu outbreak, and the people over at the USDA, I think, they required a whole bunch of flocks to be like culled, right? So because of that, the amount of eggs, so there's a supply and demand gap. So eggs are a staple part of the American diet. So that's like one of the major causes of
one of the leaders in food inflation this time. So if you looked at the CPI numbers, you could actually see eggs being so damn expensive. So that was one of the.
Wait. So
main
eggs are not a function of grocery prices going up. You're saying it's something that's Trump can't control, which is this flu thing, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, they were done under the Biden USDA, right? So they're the ones that decided, like, hey, we need to cull these flocks. So that's what happened. You know, the impacts of inflation typically come, you know, from actions that are taken 60 to 90 days before things actually happen. Like Trump can't just come in and say egg prices are lower, boom, egg prices go down. Like, that's not how it works. Nor is it like Biden could fix it either. Like, I think a lot of times people think that, you know, inflation can be fixed by the snap of a finger. It's like, no, that's not the case. I will say, however, the recent bout of inflation is definitely Trump's fault. Like 100% that's Trump's fault.
Oh, okay, explain. What do you mean?
Well, when he came, you know, when he got elected, one of the things that people kept saying was, oh, I'm going to tariff X, I'm going to tariff Y, and I'm going to tariff this. So everyone, importers, everyone, what they started to do was just load up. You know, inventory started to climb up. They were just like, let me buy up all this stuff before tariffs actually take place. I mean, if you were a business and you knew that next month tariffs would go online and you have to pay 25% more, what would you do? You'd overorder, right? This way you knew you had supply. So I think some of the impacts that we're seeing right now is this constant like threat of tariffs. So people are just overordering before the tariffs go in place. So that's one of the reasons why, and I think this is the function of that. So,
so where do you think this goes, Chris? Because right now the market's kind of reversing. They kind of don't care about this. The January CPI was the largest month-over-month move in the past year. Like, do you think this is a nothing burger given shelter was 40% of it and shelter tends to lag, or do you think this is a trend where people need to be afraid of inflation?
No, I think inflation is like, I think one of the last gasps of inflation that we're likely to see, especially if Elon and the Doge team are successful at cutting back on some spending on the government side. You know, you have to go to Milton Friedman and realize that like a lot of inflation is caused by exponential government spending. Like, you look at the Inflation Reduction Act, which, mind you, I think was actually one of the reasons why inflation went up. Right. The amount of money that the government just throws out the door adds to the money supply, adds to the people. So right now you're looking at this giant workover of the government where they're finally like concentrating on reducing spending. I think that will pay dividends in the latter half of this year in terms of inflation, especially considering that like under Trump, now you have a new budget that's supposed to be worked on. So if there's a lot of cuts in there, and I'm pretty sure even the Democrats are going to be more amicable to doing more cuts because of the inflation issue, we're more likely to see like inflation, you know, kind of come down, especially towards the back half of this year. Shelter, rent, all this stuff is coming down already. Did you see the results from MAA? Like I forgot what the thing is, but basically they're the largest like not single family. They're the largest renters in the Southeast. Okay. MAA apartment communities. Can you look that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, one of the things that they said on their call was that, you know, year over year, rent prices are actually coming down slightly. They think that they're going to rebound, but you can already see that, you know, there are certain regions within the country that, you know, the prices on one of the largest components have started to come down. Another major thing to look at also is the number of single family homes that were on sale that had a price cut have been growing dramatically. I think it's almost like 30-40% of homes on the market right now had a price cut, you know, which was unheard of for the last couple of years if you go back. So I think shelter is coming down, rent is coming down, all that stuff is going to present itself in the back half of this year. And especially I think if like I said, the Doge team is successful, I think just putting the fear of unemployment might cause a good portion of people to kind of cut back on spending. Same thing with a lot of the, you know, like illegal immigrants who may or may not be worried right now about, you know, like potentially being here. That might actually make them cut back on spending as well. So I think to this and just say, you know what, will likely stop spending as much as they did in the past because of the amount of uncertainty that's out there. Whether that's because of Trump or not, I can't 100% say, but I can tell you, as consumer confidence starts to kind of come down on, the ability to secure a job and basically how the economy is going to do, that's what we're likely to see. So.
Do you think that the Doge efforts actually will get the bond market to react even if inflation goes higher on the headline?
Well, right now, the Republicans have a political gold mine that they can reach into, especially with the new budget that's coming up, right? Basically, any of the Democrats right now, they try to put in a pet project in terms of additional spending. It's going to get rebuked because the country right now has flipped from tax the rich to we need to cut back on spending on dumb shit.
Right.
Right. That's the general tone that I'm seeing all around. So as much as Americans hate, politicians, I mean, like this whole situation with privacy, I think Americans hate seeing their tax dollars go towards causes that they don't believe in. Right. And spending that's being done in a way that's inefficient, where the people actually don't benefit, So I think that is going to be very helpful to Republicans when they're doing their budget proposals for next year. And I think there's going to be a lot of areas where, especially in entitlement spending, in my opinion, entitlement spending is like the area that you really have to look at cutting back on expenses. One of the things that I'm hearing is they want to start to do like work requirements. I mean, you'd think that would be a good concept, right? Like if you want like free housing and food, you got to have work requirements, like stringent work requirements, right? So I think those are kinds of things that are being proposed now. So I think the era of, I don't want to say free money because it's the wrong word, but like easy access to benefits, I think those days are starting to come off. And I think that's definitely part of the administration's plan. And if they are successful at kind of like working the situation where, some of the benefits get cut, there's a little bit more uncertainty around the employment side, people might cut back on spending, and that should theoretically help CPI come down. Now, the thing is, this is like a balancing act that they have to do because they want the economy to slow down to the point where CPI comes down and inflation comes down to a manageable level. But at the same time, they don't want to slow the economy and crash it, in which case now you've got, a bigger problem. So now you have to come in and basically do quantitative easing just to get the economy running again. So this balancing act is going to be one that's going to be very interesting to see. The Fed did their job with raising rates. Now it's up to the government to work on the fiscal side. So the monetary side has already been taken care of. Now the fiscal side is kind of got to do the rest of the basically get us to the rest of the way to get under that 2% goal. And believe it or not, dude, we need this more than any. Like I am so happy that Elon is working on this, because we could have been on the slippery slope to insolvency. Had this not been, I mean, I think eventually, people would have come to the realization that this is a problem. But I think Trump and Elon are really supercharging this and putting this on the brains of every American. And so right now, the Democrats, if they want to survive the midterms, like, and at least decently do well, they're going to have to go and swallow a lot of hard truths that the Republicans are going to be putting in, because right now they look terrible. This whole thing with the judges situation is laughable, because on one hand, the country is going, into massive amounts of debt. And at the same time, everyone's like, well, who said it? There was someone on Twitter. I think it was actually really funny. They said this was like an analogy to finding, like, a girl finding your phone, or you finding a girl's phone and basically running into the bathroom and saying, no, you're invading my privacy. It's like, no, bitch, you're cheating on me. What the fuck? Like,
No. That's a really good analogy, because like your partner should not hide their phone from you, right? Like you can give me the bullshit about privacy, but at the end of the day, if you don't know your partner's password to your phone, that's kind of sus. And if politicians don't want you to look into the internal workings of a public agency that you and I pay for with our tax dollars, a little sus, right?
Yeah.
A little
Yeah,
sus.
and I think what's sad is like everyone who's paying taxes. I mean, dude, it sucks to know that it's going to like political organizations that are then turning their ideological they're basically being ideologically fed indoctrination. So it's such a weird thing. Like, I don't know. I'm glad to see this transparency coming to light. Hopefully it yields in some positives for not just us economically, but also from a political standpoint where we don't have biases. Like, one of the things that I really hated over the last, I'd say 4 to maybe even a bit before that was, dude, there was a political bias in the media. Like, at this point, no one in the mainstream media can deny that a lot of things were biased towards one direction, right? Now we know why. Because the one side is paying them to be biased.
Yeah.
And so the incentive structures are set up in a way that says, hey, listen, if you don't say or do or present things in the way that we want you to, we'll cut off your funding. You know?
Well, so let me ask this question to kind of give the other side the benefit of the doubt. There are other people saying, look, it's not about Democrat or Republican. It's about an unelected official who is the richest man on earth, who has his own incentives to increase his wealth and power, etc. That's
the last person that wants to increase his wealth even more. Like, bro, $400 billion is enough for a guy like that. He's sleeping in a fucking conference room in DC right now. You know?
Yeah.
Everyone who's like, hey, listen, Elon just wants to get richer. At what point? Like, what is it for? You know? Like,
yeah, I mean, that's my thing. When I hear the pushback, I'm like, well, he doesn't have to be doing this. I think he genuinely wants the country to not be in $100 trillion of debt.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, every single millionaire, every single billionaire, they want the government to actually work in the right way. Why? Because they don't want America to go broke. They'll lose their entire fortune if that happens, you know? So this whole reasoning that, oh, you can't trust millionaires and billionaires. But I'm a millionaire. I give a shit about my fellow citizens, right? Just because I have money doesn't mean like don't give a crap about other people, you know? So I think this vilification of people who've actually successfully built something, I think that needs to take a back burner, you know? I think if they have been successful at building something and running something and actually making something really successful, maybe some of the techniques that they use could actually be adopted on the government side to make things more efficient. You know, it's just
so basically Elon took his girl's phone. She doesn't know. He found out she was cheating, and he basically confronted her, and she's upset that he took the phone versus being upset about.
No. Elon didn't do that. Elon basically said, let me go out into the public sphere and just tell everyone my girl's cheating on me. You know, if she's cheating on me, she's cheating on you, you know, and basically going to everyone and saying, look, your daughter's a whore. Look at her. You know, that's what Elon's doing.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to see if he can deal with his opposition. And ultimately, you think he's going to be able to withstand it. You don't think there's going to be enough political opposition to get through it.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be fine. We'll see what happens. I think the midterms will be very revealing, but more importantly, I think we need to just keep a track of the budget and see like what kind of changes are being made at the budgetary level, and maybe even a Supreme Court case where the president can actually get some of the impoundment powers restored to him. Do you know about that, by the way?
No. What's impoundment powers?
Okay, so there's impoundment versus rescission. So right now, the Congress appropriates money and says, hey, you know, you can spend $100 billion on, you know, this specific thing, right? This department. Now, the thing is, how the money is allocated and spent is what the executive is supposed to do, right? So if you give me $100 billion, that doesn't mean I should be spending $100 billion. It's the executive branch's ability to control that money.
Right.
Now, before Nixon, the government, or at least the president, had the ability to say, look, even though Congress has appropriated a X amount of money towards a certain cause, I don't have to spend the money, right? And they basically would impound that money. So they would just keep the money basically on the side, right?
Right.
Which is what you're supposed to do as a CEO. If you see that, hey, there's money being, extra money that's being wasted, let me not do that. Now, the problem was Nixon during Watergate, supposedly the rule, because he was weakened by Watergate, was that he would, basically impound money that didn't align with his own goals, so that's the problem. So imagine right now you're the president, and every time the Democrats pass something that you don't like, or money going certain, I'm just going to impound the money. Here you go. Fuck you. And so that didn't work. So basically they had they changed the laws to limit the president's power to basically limit spending.
To not be politically motivated on allocating of the spend, essentially.
Well, not politically, but take away some of the powers.
Gotcha.
Basically.
Gotcha.
So now with Trump is saying, look, I don't want to spend money on this. I don't want to spend money on that. I want to freeze this. I want to lay off all these people. And these judges are saying, you don't have the authority to do that. Congress controls the purse strings. So you need to go to Congress and tell them not to spend money, but you can't go yourself and make that unilateral decision. Where in the past, that was definitely under like the executive's ability to do that. So right now, that's why there's constitutional issues as well that people are talking about. So, so I don't know. Yeah.
Last question on this, and then I want to get your quick take on SMCI. So ultimately, you think there is zero incentive Elon has from a personal wealth and power creation perspective to be doing what he's doing with Doge?
Yeah, I just think at this point, like, if you go back to the time of Rome, right? Rome, all the people that were super wealthy, they needed Rome to succeed. If Rome didn't succeed, they would go broke, right? So a lot of times it's like the same kind of like logic. The richest people here, like, do you know who was one of the people that saved us in the early 1900s from banking crisis? It was J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan actually came and said, hey, it's my duty to help out the rest of my fellow citizens, and take care of shit.
Well, because if America collapses, there is no J.P. Morgan, right?
Exactly. Same thing with Elon right now. If America collapses, what was Elon going to do? There's no America, there's no other place that he can go to that has the same access to freedom and liberty and everything to make his businesses work the way they work right now. Bro, this is where I hate sometimes that we demonize people that are successful. And it's wrong. I do think that they need to pay a fair share, but that fair share can sometimes be used as a political bludgeon to basically go after people and say, you're not paying your fair share. Bro, Elon has created more wealth, more jobs, more tax revenue for this country than all of these politicians who basically demonize the guy.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, last quick question. SMCI. So I sold. I made $3,000. I'm happy. But what, are you still holding? What do you think? It's up 7%. Is it going to 70? What do you think about this one?
I'm holding. I did hedge yesterday by selling against my calls, and I took some money. I put it to the side, and I also bought some short-term spreads for June 2025. So for me, I think my logic was, well, number one, this is the house's money anyway. Like, I already made money on this. I'm gonna take it, and so if there is what I was hoping, which is some clear, SMCI would at least go up with all with a possible gamma squeeze.
But that didn't happen because they didn't actually file the 10K, right?
Yeah, they didn't file the 10K. If they filed the 10K, it would be up 15-20%. But I think the major thing that the markets actually care about right now is the number that the CEO said for fiscal year 26. He said, we're going to do 40 billion in revenue. I'm like, wait a second, 40 billion in revenue, about 13% margin. You're looking at a pretty substantial jump in earnings.
Right.
So I don't know if they can actually hit that number, but the market is forward looking. So I think they also committed to releasing the 10K by the deadline, which is literally in 2 weeks. I don't think they would do that unless they actually had everything ready to go. So,
and that has to be pretty bullish NVIDIA, right? If SMCI is doing 40 billion in 2026, that means the demand is there for these chips.
Oh yeah. For Blackwell, especially, bro. The other thing too, like when you look at it, Google said they're going to spend more money. Amazon said they're going to spend more money. Microsoft said they're going to spend more money. Meta, all these countries right now, like you saw the AI summit that's happening in France. Like even the French and the Europeans are like, hey, maybe we need to ratchet up on AI spending, right? So all that money is coming into the space right now. So I think that's a pretty good sign that there's good amount of demand for these products, especially the Blackwell chips from NVIDIA. So we'll see what happens. But I think SMCI right now, like Steve said earlier, very undervalued relative to its total potential if all of these orders and everything else get actually like processed.
All right, there we go. Chris's Twitter in the chat. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, man.
Yep. Later.
Bye. All right, so that was Chris's perspective. I know some people disagree, some people agree. Look, this is polarizing, dude. This is polarizing. Some people hate what Elon's doing. Some people love what Elon's doing. I mean, I'm not here to change anyone's mind, but you kind of got to come to your own conclusion. Do you think it is good to have someone who is unelected to audit the government, or do you think it's not? And do you believe Elon has a incentive that is amicable, right? That is altruistic in doing this, or do you think it's purely based in greed and selfish motivations? I think you're either one or the other, and everyone has to come to their own conclusion on that. But what is objectively true is that if Doge does make progress, the bond market's going to love it. And we kind of need the bond market to love it, given inflation came in hot this morning. Now, granted, again, Shelter was 40% of CPI. Shelter lags by about 6 to 8 months. So there is a world where CPI is actually a lot lower than this right now, based on what Chris was saying around if tenant rents are coming down. And we will see that in the data in about 6 months. That just means we might not get a rate cut for 6 months if Shelter continues to be the largest percentage of why CPI is increasing. But if rates are, if rents are coming down, I mean, and we're getting more supply on the market, and some of these house companies or home builders like KB Homes have been showing that supply is increasing. Maybe that's not the worst in the world. Maybe we will get inflation definitively below 3% in the next coming months. Let's bring on our next guest to the show, and then we'll go to J Powell, guys. I forgot J Powell's live today. I don't think he's going to say anything that different, but we'll get our next guest on the show, and then we'll touch into J Powell and see what he's saying. Mr. Jose. Jose, hey, what's up?
How's it going, man? How's everything?
So it's been a couple weeks since I had you on the show. Last time I had you on the show, I think NVIDIA was crashing. Now NVIDIA is back to 130.
Back to 130s, yeah.
You've been in NVIDIA for a long time. This was a really interesting, I guess, 2-week period for you to see the whole world freak out about it. What is your thoughts on NVIDIA going back from 115 to 130?
I mean, I think every earnings, this is a stock that we're going to get something like this every single month, every other month, I think. So just for NVIDIA shareholders, expect the volatility. I mean, with the new Blackwell platform wrapping up, I'm not going to be surprised if in the upcoming months we start to hear maybe more discussions of maybe some systems not working or stuff like that. So with the company innovating as fast as it is right now, you're always going to hear something is going to change the world for AI. But I don't think we have seen any NVIDIA destroyer just yet.
Did you think when you saw DeepSeek that it was going to be an existential threat, or because of your research on the company over the past 5 years, you knew immediately this was going to increase demand, not increase competition?
To be honest, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. It was just with any innovation. I think you have to take a step back real quick to see what's happening. And what this kind of new innovation is doing and what it's really pushing. So I'm going to be honest. The first thing I wanted to do was not panic, because I didn't believe NVIDIA's moat would be broken as quickly as the market was seeing. So I knew there was some form of overreaction happening. Now the real question was, how much was that overreaction, and is it impacting much of the long-term growth? And obviously after earnings, we've seen that long-term growth is still there. Every big player increased capex. I mean, we had Google increase it to $75 billion. You had Amazon increase it to $100 billion, and you had Supermicro that just reported earnings that, while they did kind of reduce this fiscal year's guidance for fiscal year of 2026, they jumped it up to $40 billion. So that can kind of continue to showcase that tailwind for AI server demand.
Okay, so I want to talk about SMCI, but before that, I want to get your thoughts on AMD earnings. I think that was also really important. This stock has been in the gutter, cannot find a bid, down from 130 to 110. Is this a buy the dip, or is the market getting it right and NVIDIA is the clear winner and AMD is going to be left in the dust?
So the market is getting right that NVIDIA is the clear winner. NVIDIA is definitely the clear winner in this space, but I think the market is looking at AMD as just an AI child, right? I think AMD has so much more. They have the PC client side, they have the server side in the CPU business, and those are doing really well. They continue to gain market share from Intel, and those segments alone can add a nice amount of earnings for AMD, which can really kind of compress or bring down things like PE ratios and make AMD look very, very attractive. So I think AMD, if you're looking at it as an AI chip player, you're going to be disappointed. If you're looking at it as a business that's undervalued right now, it has growth opportunities, I think the market has that wrong. They do have the opportunity of AI accelerators, but I think some markets might be expecting too much out of it. I mean, they did speed up their MI350, which was expected to be released in the second half of 2025. They're moving it now to mid 2025 because they're seeing stronger adoption and curiosity from their customers. So that should be seen as a bullish case right there.
Was there any red flag in the earnings?
For AMD, I don't think so. I mean, the only thing is investors, I think the biggest red flag was them not giving guidance for AI chips in 2025 like they did in 2024. But I think Lisa Su just says, like, we're providing a lot of data center components. It's not just this. So it doesn't make sense for us to just share guidance on this. We're going to share guidance to the whole data center segment as a whole.
So the stock, how do you explain the stock not reacting?
I think the market just, like I said, they want an extra NVIDIA, and AMD is not going to be that next NVIDIA. It's not. But and when you have too much expectations, and if you don't meet it, the stock price is going to react negative. I think that's where the market is seeing AMD. They want it so bad to be the next NVIDIA, but it's not. And it's okay if it's not the next NVIDIA.
Yeah, no, I think that's very fair. And also, for those asking, AMD is your second position. So yes, he has a pretty big bag of
it. AMD, yeah. NVIDIA's number one. So I'm never going to down talk my number one decision. Well, I mean, if I have to, I do. If the market is, if the tech is different, then I would.
Okay, so SMCI, let's talk about that. First of all, your thoughts on the earnings, and then your thoughts on that fiscal 2026 guidance.
So earnings, I mean, pretty straight. The only thing I didn't like about earnings is the CEO was saying like margins and certain things got hit because of 10K filings of their delays. I guess maybe the 10K filing delays is causing some hesitations on their customers. But I thought it was just pretty interesting to kind of be blaming 10K filing delays, something that was kind of on their end, on some of the pressure that they're seeing. So I'm going to say I'm not a huge fan of the CEO. I feel like the CEO doesn't seem to react well with pressure, and is always trying to point the finger at something else when it could be his fault. So I'm not a fan of CEO. Earnings were great though. I mean, revenue growth is still there. They did reduce their guidance for this fiscal year, which has 2 more quarters. And they said the main reason is NVIDIA's Blackwell platform didn't hit full production during the timeline that they needed. So because it didn't hit full production during the timeline that they expected it, they are now kind of pushing their guidance a little bit lower for this fiscal year. So it's not necessarily a Supermicro fault. Again, it's someone else's fault. It's NVIDIA's fault in this regard. But then for fiscal year of 2026, which is and just for concept, they just finished their second quarter, so they're about 2 quarters ahead of calendar year. And they $40 billion. I think that's insane growth from $25 billion to $40 billion. So they're still seeing strong growth in AI demand. They seem very hype about the Blackwell platform, the B200, the GB200, and the future B300 platform as well, which is the Blackwell Ultra.
You know, that's actually a fair point. So I didn't hear the call, but you're saying that the CEO was blaming the miss on revenue for guidance in fiscal 2025 because of NVIDIA's Blackwell not ramping up on the timeline they thought. To me, that's actually, I know he's playing the blame game here, but like if they benefit off of NVIDIA, because that's their number one customer, it kind of makes sense, right? And so if NVIDIA does scale, SMCI theoretically should scale with them. And if they're guiding for that, then I think that's fair.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think the market wasn't too mad about them reducing their guidance for this fiscal year. And they were happy because fiscal year of 2026 did see that guidance jump up to $40 billion. So there was strong reasoning there. Now, the only thing is the market is going to be wondering, is Supermicro the only one not getting the Blackwell platforms? Is NVIDIA playing favorites right now? And I think that's something we're going to get as Dell and some of the other players report earnings, right? Are Dell and HPE going to say the same thing, that they might have reduced their guidance for the next few quarters a bit because maybe slower production ramps? Or was this just a Supermicro problem? So I think that's the question and the answers we're going to get when we get Dell, HP, and those other AI server companies report earnings.
That is a fair point. All right, Jose, I got a couple of rapid fire questions for you on semis. Guys, if you have any tickers in the semiconductor space, you can put them in the chat and we'll have Jose on for the next 5 minutes. Before that, though, whatthechip.com. Make sure you subscribe. That is Jose's semiconductor newsletter. So
just dropped another one today with Supermicro earnings, Global Foundries earnings, and some research about AI servers that came out last night as well. So almost daily. I try my hardest. I was sick this week. The little one was sick, so I've been in bed resting. But almost a daily newsletter about the semiconductor space.
I love it. What the chip happened. Krupa right here said she's been subscribed and it's awesome. So definitely check that out if you care about the broader semiconductor space. And I'm putting Jose's Twitter and YouTube in the chat as well. Jose, all right, some rapid fire. Micron, what's going on with this one?
They just reported a conference this morning, so I'm going to be reading that earlier today. I wouldn't understand what's happening in this space. There's nothing that could have changed from their earnings report, but there was a conference today that is causing some of the dip. And later today, I'm going to be doing some more research on that.
Okay, on semiconductor, they had a double miss. Do you think that's a buy the dip? And do you think that's kind of bearish for Tesla?
I think it just showcases that the automotive demand is still weak, and there's no turnaround story or happening anytime soon. Obviously, like it's going to continue to impact Tesla. On semi, I'm bullish in it in the long term of things. This is a company that has been in the down cycle for a long time, but they still are free cash flow positive. They're spending 54% of their cash flow on buying shares right now while it's dipping. So this is a company that's sitting in a horrible market cycle for the automotive space, but once cyclicality turns around, I think it would be bullish for on semi. So I'm personally buying the dip, but it's going to be a long-term dip, in my opinion. It's going to be one that's going to last maybe a few quarters until the automotive cycle turns around.
Astera Labs, any thoughts on that?
They just crushed everything. I mean, they crushed their results for this quarter and for the upcoming quarter. I don't have Astera Labs. I didn't like the valuation. Now sitting at 88, I'm going to be doing my research on this one because it's looking pretty interesting.
Well, it fell 30% after the DeepSeek stuff, right? So
yeah, it did, and then it came back up. I think it not completely, but it came back up to like at least 110. Again, another AI company, right? It's going to be very volatile with the AI space.
Right. Arista Networks, any thoughts on that right now?
No, that one I don't really have any thoughts to share.
General thoughts on Tesla? I mean, I know you're a Tesla bull. Do you think this correction is justified?
I think right now, I mean, I guess the market is just seeing more that the automotive demand is still not there. And that's definitely going to create some pressure in the short term. In the long term of things, right, you have so many different tailwinds. I mean, eventually, when are we expected to get the robotaxis in Austin? In Austin, June, right? So as long as we maybe keep up with certain timelines, I think things like that, as long as timelines get intact, I can see long-term bullish case for Tesla. In short term, obviously, the automotive cycle is still pretty weak.
Any thoughts on Poet?
Poet is not one I follow. Not one I follow.
Okay. And then Nebus, any quick thoughts on that one?
This one, it's a kind of a NVIDIA made a small investment in this one, I believe, or a partnership, not an investment, a partnership with them. They're like a data center company internationally. They got a lot of excitement because, hey, look, data centers are being built up all around the world. The only thing I want to say is with the recent AI diffusion rule, which came out before Biden left, it is going to put pressure on small data center companies that are working in places that are not necessarily friendly to the United States. I think, if I remember correctly, Nibius is one that could be impacted a little bit by there, so one I wouldn't touch.
Vertiv, any thoughts on that from a data center perspective?
Powers, I mean, we're seeing huge growth in power, so obviously Vertiv is going to continue to see the growth there. But very much going to move to the overall market. They just reported earnings this morning. I haven't read the earnings, but it's something I'm going to be covering obviously on the newsletter tomorrow. So Vertiv and some of the other earnings that came out today are going to be coming either later tonight or tomorrow to the newsletter.
All right, last three. Skyworks.
Oh, Skyworks, man, they just lost their one of their biggest customers was Apple. Apple is saying that, hey, look, we're going to be reducing some of our dependency of you, and Apple, when they start to leave you and don't look back. So that's creating a lot of fear for Skyworks. I personally don't like it when your technology can kind of be taken over by Apple. So not what I'm gonna look into.
Intel is are we gonna make chips in the United States and we're having a revolution?
We're definitely going to be building chips here in the United States. I think, though, we're also going to see more investments with TSMC. So just because Intel is a US-based company, many people think it's going to be the favorable play. But I think TSMC building here in Arizona is also going to be favorable with any administration. So TSMC just did a meeting today. And they announced that they're going to continue to increase investments. And I think most of the investments is coming here in the United States to reduce some of those potential tariffs that Trump was talking about putting in Taiwan or TSMC specifically.
Okay. Last one for you, Jose. Marvell. Any thoughts on that one?
Oh, man, bullish on Marvell, but I don't know where the stock price is at right now. I know this is Amazon announced that they're going to build some Trainium chips, more Trainium chips. Wow, it has dropped at 106. So I like it at these levels now, 100, close to the 100 levels. I enjoy it. Amazon is a big customer of them. Amazon is building a lot of their own AI chips, and I think Marvell Technologies is going to be able to benefit from it.
All right. There we go. Jose, thank you for joining the show. I know you got sick with the little one. We really appreciate it. There's Jose's Twitter. What the chip happened. That is the newsletter to subscribe.
Quick question for you. I mean, I don't see no bricks. Where are you, man?
Dude, I'm in California. We don't have the bricks, but I think whenever I move out to my own place later this year, we're gonna have to have the brick background because everyone's upset that there's no bricks.
It looks so nice. It looks like you're really making gains of those Palantir wins that you have.
Oh,
a new house.
What are you doing with your Palantir? Are you selling it? Are you holding?
I talked about it a few months ago in this channel. I sold some positions in it, but I still own. At this moment, I am not letting go of what I own anymore. It's just like a reminder
think the
that
valuation has run, and that's why you're not adding at these levels, essentially.
Yeah, I'm definitely not adding. And also, I mean, I'm just so AI exposed at the moment that I have to be careful of how my portfolio looks because any AI destruction could be me, I don't know, living in a box.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's very fair. Jose, thank you. We'll talk to you next time.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
See ya. All right. While we were talking about the semis, you guys were talking about Grabby Grab in the chat. We're at 495, up almost 4%. I don't know what the news is on Grab. I will try to find out. All I can say, guys, is the call volumes are going insane for Grab. And I've been getting a couple messages from some people showing me to look at these scans. And yeah, I am seeing increased call volume. I mean, we'll do it in real time right now. But the $5 call for February 28th is getting a bid The $6 call is starting to get a little bit of a bid. And then Jan 2026, the $5 call. Holy crap, dude. Yeah, this is why it grabs up right now. Look at this. 15,000 contracts. You see that on the volume have been traded today on the $5 call. 15,000 are not open. 51,000 are open. 15,000 have been traded today. That is why Grab is getting a bid right now. Someone is slamming the bid for $5 Jan 2026. Jan 2027. Yeah, even Jan 2027, the $5 call got has 3,000 in volume for Jan 2027. $7.5 call has 800 in volume, and then $10 call has 6,800 in volume for the $10 Jan 2027 call. That is massive amounts of call premium for this stock, right? Relative to where the stock is trading. That is big for Grab. Oh, we're at $5. We're at $5. Oh, cool. All right, we got to ring the bell. Okay, cool. There we go. Good stuff. Now we just got to get earnings. We got to get earnings to be good as well. Yeah, it's the call volumes, dude. Those are, I have not seen those. I mean, for the past couple of days, I've been seeing some intense volumes, but this is like 15,000 in a day for Grab. I've not seen that. So market's gearing up for good earnings, I imagine, and that's what they're looking for. Jason Hess, thank you for the $100 super chat. Hey, Amit, thanks for all that you do. Been watching for 3 years. I used to watch Fox Business and CNBC every morning, and I now watch you every day instead. Doing insanely well on Palantir. Thanks to you. Jason, first of all, thank you for the $100 super chat. You are going to cover half of one of my Ubers in California, so I really, really appreciate that. It means the world. But also, thank you for being a channel member and being part of the show and choosing to listen to my egg-citing jokes about eggs over Fox Business and CNBC. It really means the world. It honestly means the world. By the way, that was a good joke this morning. All right, for all those that were hating on the joke, that was a good joke. But Jason, appreciate you. Congrats on Palantir, and thank you for being part of the show. And again, thank you for the $100. That is a lot of money. Really, really appreciate that super chat. Thank you for being here and being part of the show. I'm exaggerating when I say half of an Uber, but the Ubers are expensive, bro. I should have rented a car. Yes, I should have rented a car, dude. I didn't even think about that. I have so much shit going on. I didn't think about renting a car. I just thought all right, I just need to manage all the meetings and events and all this stuff. I probably should have rented a car. That would have been smarter. I get it. It would have been smarter. I didn't think that far ahead. But next time we'll make sure we do that. All right. So yeah, Grab, I think is getting that call volume, and that's what's helping it. Where's the volume on Grab? 11 million. That's not even a lot of shares though. That's not a lot of shares. I think this is more the call volumes that are helping it versus the actual volumes. Tesla 339. All right. So the CPI stuff is not mattering to certain stocks. Tesla doesn't care, up almost 4%. Palantir doesn't care, back almost at 116. SMCI kind of cares. It went to 44. Now it's back at 40. So that's only up 4%. SoFi kind of cared for a little bit. Now it's recovering. And then Robinhood doesn't care either at 55. So I guess we're going to have to see towards the end of the day how the market thinks of it. But as of now, for certain pockets of the market, CPI is not that big of a deal. Big Bear AI. Yeah, this one continues to get a squeeze. This one's getting some love. Up 11% again, dude. I mean, either the shorts are covering or the shorts are doubling down, which makes it worse because then eventually they'll have to cover if the stock keeps going up. So that one's not in a horrible situation. JP Morgan dumped all of their SoFi shares. Is that true? Is that a headline? JP Morgan, SoFi. Some of you said Norges Bank took a stake in Palantir. I think Norges Bank was already in Palantir, but I'm going to try to confirm that. But I think some of you said they bought like $1 billion worth of it. Yeah, this is true. JP Morgan decreased ownership by 90%. Wow. In November, they had 7.4 million shares. Now they have 745,000. That is a pretty aggressive decline in shares, bro. Amit, did you sell your SMCI? Yes, I sold it this morning. Wow, dude, that's intense. That is 90% reduction in that is. I guess they took advantage of the $17, $18 pump before Trump got inaugurated to sell. You could imagine. The way you say Norges is going to kill me. How do you say Norges? How do you say Norges Bank? It's Norges Bank, right? There's no way I'm freaking saying that thing wrong. It's Norge's bank. Right? Like, how do you say it, bro? How do you say it? Norgay? It's called hold on, it's called Norgay. I wish I said it that way. That was more fun. Norgay, huh? Norgay Bank. Well, there you go. I gotta see if this Palantir news is true. Let me see if I can find this stuff. Let me see if I can find this. I don't have the soundboard, so I can't press the gay button. I do not have the soundboard. Dude, do we want to listen to J-Pal talk? He's talking. Is he going to say anything interesting? Do we really want to listen to him? Like, I feel like we can listen to a little bit of what he's saying, but there's definitely not going to be anything that different. Bleakley Financial Group took a stake in Robinhood. Yeah, the 13Fs are coming out a lot more, so we're going to get more data. Here's one 13F we said we were going to look at. David Tepper. He bought a crap ton of China. So he sold 18% of his Amazon. He added 18% to his Baba. He added 43% to JD.com. He added 1% to Pinduoduo. He added 13% to FXI. This is on dataroma.com for those that want to see the 13Fs. I mean, talk about a rotation into China. He was already heavy into China, but now he's getting heavier. He reduced some of his Meta, Google, and Oracle, added to AMD, which is pretty bullish. Added to ASML by 106%, added to Micron, and he reduced some of his ET, and he added 8% to his NVIDIA, and 6% to Uber, and 25% to Lam Research. So he added Uber, semis, and China. Uber, semis, and China is kind of what his rotation was. And I guess he sold a bit of the Mag 7 stocks. He sold 14% of his Lyft. But he is following in line with billionaires or the hedge fund managers that are taking a stake in Uber, like Bill Ackman. He's adding to China, and he's adding to the semis. So kind of going long AI along with China as well. And I guess he's thinking the US is a bit expensive, which is why he's going to China. 116 on Palantir. Let me check resistance for 117. This stock does not care. It has plenty of demand in the 100s. And I mean, the lowest we got was to freaking 109, and that barely lasted. So, I mean, there is a world where, I don't know, 110 is the new normal on Palantir. 117 has 32,000 shares. 32,000 shares on 117. What was our all-time high? Was 117.50, right? That was a couple days ago. Also, Elon tweeted yesterday, the biggest factor in making the government more efficient is modernizing the technology. And I commented 4 letters in the ticker starts with P, because I think it's obvious, bro. Like, he keeps talking about this idea that, I mean, yesterday he was talking about how the government takes track of severance data. Grab back at 503 up 5%, and that there's actually like hundreds and hundreds of documents, like literal papers that people have to sign to manage people that get fired, people that get severance, people that get hired, etc. And this is when he was in the Oval Office yesterday, and he was just like, why is this not automated? Right. And to me, that screams, okay, so you need a central operating system that can aggregate all of this data from legacy frameworks, make sense of that data, secure that data, govern that data, protect that data, give you insights from that data. It kind of sounds like Palantir. And so this idea that Palantir continues to make new all-time highs, one of the arguments could simply be that Doge is the catalyst that we thought it would be a couple months ago when Trump got elected, and JD Vance and Peter Thiel, yada yada. We analyzed this a lot back in November. It might start finally actually happening, which would be very, very bullish for Palantir. Wow, Grab's moving, dude. Grab's actually moving. This is all organic too. This isn't off of a headline for them acquiring their biggest competitor. This is just pure momentum and buying pressure. And I think a lot of that's coming from the call volumes as well. Someone said, how heavy are you in Grab? Let's just say I literally cannot buy more contracts on Robinhood. Like, I tried to buy more the other day. They were like, you've hit your limit on the amount of contracts you can buy. I was like, there's a limit. Like, you can't, like, they're like, yes, you can't buy anymore. I tried to sell some puts on it too. And they were like, you cannot sell puts. You're not allowed to. It was like, you already have enough contracts open. So I might contact support, and I'm like, hey guys, can you like lift this restriction for me? But Yeah, I maxed out, bro. I got as as much as I possibly could, bro. And I pretty much all bought at 470. Honestly, it was 450. I think I bought the first chunk of them at 470. It's like 30%, but 70% of the position was done at 450. So, now we wait. Now we wait for this thesis to play out. But hopefully it can happen. What is the percentage weighting? Percentage weighting is, I mean, if I had to do a rough guess, I think it would be, because there are options again. So to just estimate, it would be like, I think 15%. Is that correct? Yeah, 15%. 15.3, whatever. So I think it's a big part of the portfolio, do 15%. But if it gets to where I want it to go by the end of the year, which is 750, I think it would get closer to like 30 to 40%. So, and it's all options. It's no shares. It's like a couple shares. I might buy some shares before earnings, but it's like literally all options. So this one is like heavy conviction, 2 years out. I think the stock's going to be at 10. And I quite literally maxed out the amount of contracts I could buy on Robinhood. So we're going to see. Options just joined Robinhood UK. They're launching options today, roll out in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, I think that's going to be big for Robinhood. Now, the thing about Robinhood is, dude, they've got to get all of you UK investors off of trading 212, which is like the dominant platform there, from my understanding. And I don't know how they're going to get you. Like, I've talked to a couple of UK people. They're like, dude, I'm not leaving trading 212 for Robinhood. And so I don't know. They're going to have to get some incentives for you guys to come over. I get user experience is one thing, but if you got all your money on this one app, like to really get you to switch, it's going to be a little hard. So I'm curious how they're going to market, because they really haven't done any marketing in the UK. But now that they have options, at least they're giving you a full product versus like a half-baked one. Robinhood right here, 55.26. I am very excited for earnings today. I am very exciting. However, I mean, it's run up a lot, dude. I don't want to get my hopes up. Like, I think they're going to smash estimates, even with the estimates going up. But if they don't, I can see the stock falling. I just think now it's a buy the dip at any moment. If you think we're not getting into a recession and you think the AI trend is in place and inflation inevitably will slow down, it's not going to be that serious given shelters coming down, then Robinhood's going to move with the markets. And then you buy Robinhood, right? On those dips, especially with the money they have in buybacks, along with the growth projections they're going to have. So if we avoid a recession, which, I mean, that's not good for any stock, but uniquely for Robinhood, that would be bad. I think that would be good. And the other thing is, again, if we don't get rate cuts for a long time, that's okay for Hood. They make money when rates are high because they have 40% of their income as net interest income. So they can benefit off a Goldilocks zone where people are trading, even if rates are relatively moderate and not super low. When it gets super low, then you know what's going on in the economy. Is something breaking? Would people even have money to trade? So that could be a bear case. And if they're super high, people don't trade at all. So they're in a really good sweet spot where people can trade rates. They can still get 4% of their money on Hood, and they don't have to go to a money market fund, so they can get more deposits. And then Vlad's execution should be able to lead this to continue to do well. And that's why I think they'll be relatively okay. Look how well Hood is doing despite crypto being stuck. Yes, I agree. Hood is doing great despite crypto being stuck. Okay, guys, do I stream Karp at 9 a.m. my time? It's only an hour, 15 minutes away. Do I stay on for Karp? Because Karp is streaming on X, the Ask Me Anything, at 12 p.m. Eastern, which is 9 a.m. Pacific. These time zones, dude. It's been trying to get it just right. It's only an hour away. I feel like we stay on. I don't have anything to do. I'm here in the Airbnb. I actually am doing something today, though. I'm doing something today, and you guys are going to enjoy what I'm doing. You guys will see a picture of what I'm doing later today. It's really fun. You guys will enjoy it. So after Robinhood earnings, probably a couple hours after, I will post a picture on Twitter, and I think you guys will enjoy the picture. So, dude, every day we posted a picture so far. On Monday, we posted a picture with Beju Bhatt, co-founder of Hood. Then yesterday we got Brett at Figure. It was just so cool, bro. This was so cool. Seeing this thing walk around, this thing was crazy, bro. And he was just such an awesome guy. He was so dope. And then today we'll have another picture. So you guys will see it. Okay, cool. So let's go to JPOW for a little bit and see what he's saying, and then we'll keep going from there. So we got Karp in an hour on the Ask Me Anything, the live stream. But let's hear JPOW for a bit, and then we'll keep going from there.
Implicit federal guarantee for those who invest in mortgages, would that lead to higher mortgage interest rates?
Since you'd no longer be borrowing on the credit of the United States, in other words, so Fannie and Freddie would be privately funded, it could lead to that. I think privatizing Freddie and Fannie might have other virtues too, though, as has been considered many times by this committee and others.
Might have some virtues, but it would lead to higher mortgage rates.
It could.
The CFPB has been put on ice, but all the regulations remain in force. So if you're a bank that wants to comply with those regulations, there's nobody that can give you any clarification. So you don't know. And if you're a bank that doesn't want to comply, the next presidential election may put into practice a CFPB that enforces all the regulations that the Trump administration has tried to eliminate. Does that cause confusion for banks?
Okay, I actually have something more interesting that we can listen to. Palmer Luckey was on CNBC yesterday. Let's take a listen to what he's saying, and then we'll get back to JPOW. But as you can see, JPOW's not saying anything interesting, and he's answering kind of boring questions because these questions are boring. Okay, so let's go to this. So Palmer Luckey and Andrew, they have the IVAS contract that they got yesterday. That was the big news. So let's hear what Luckey had to say about this.
And before that, the founder of VR company Oculus, which was sold to Facebook in 2014. Palmer, it's great to have you back on the show. And I mention that because in some ways this feels like full circle. I was very surprised to find out that with a $22 billion production contract, IVAS represents the second largest investment in virtual reality ever, behind Meta, which we know made their investments off of the products that you first made more than a decade ago. Your thoughts on what happens next, what this means to take over this contract?
Well, you're right that it's a return to form for me in more ways than one. I started Oculus VR and sold that to Meta before, and I was there for a few years before they fired me. But even before that, as a teenager, I worked at the USC ICT Mixed Reality Lab at an Army project called BraveMind that used virtual reality exposure therapy to treat Army veterans with PTSD. And that was really the first time I was exposed to how government technology procurement and development can be done and deployed. And it's definitely something that stuck with me for a really long time. It's also interesting that some people said that Meta acquired Oculus, but given that they've spent what is this? Is $60 billion, $100 billion? They've in a way, Oculus kind of sort of took over their company. But for me, this is a really exciting moment. The idea of putting a heads-up display and a radio and a computer on a soldier is an old one. It's been around since Robert Heinlein's novel Starship Troopers in 1959, at least. And Anduril's been building a lot of the tools that actually make something like that useful. The AI platform that integrates data from all of our sensors, all of our weapons, over 100 existing DoD platforms into a model of the battle space in real time. That's what you really need to make something like this as powerful of a tool as it should be. Not just the ability to see the thermal spectrum and the visible spectrum and the near IR spectrum, but the ability to see into a digital model of the past, present, and future, and to seamlessly team with large packs of autonomous weapons.
What does this do? And Anduril's been growing gangbusters for a number of years now. You've made acquisitions, just recently announced that you're going to build this super factory, for lack of a better term, in Ohio as well. What does adding this contract and everything that goes along with it into the mix do to further expand Anduril?
Well, Anduril builds a lot of different systems across a lot of different domains. So air, land, sea, subsea, space, cyberspace, eventually subterranean. And IVAS and systems like it are going to be the portal through which the warfighter commands and controls all of these different autonomous weapons, autonomous sensors. That really gets you to a much greater than 1-to-1 ratio of fighter to system. And I think that by giving people these types of systems, augmenting their view of the real world so that they can share data seamlessly with these robotic systems, so that they can all be working off one common shared view of the world, you can be a lot more effective, a lot more lethal, and keep yourself a lot safer than you would if you're working with the unaided eye, the unaided ear, the unaided mind.
This comes as, and I reported on this last week on Friday, reported that you're raising a Series G up to $2.5 billion. That would double Anduril's valuation to $28 billion pre-money. What can you tell us about that and how this builds on that momentum?
Well, lots of people report lots of things. When we have
Can you
something to
confirm
announce
it?
on doing a raise, I'd be down to talk about it. But you're right, Anduril's had a lot of traction. We've been winning major fighter jet contracts, major submarine contracts. Now with this, we can continue my vision of augmenting the human form to surpass the limitations of our visual and cognitive systems. I'm one of those crazy people who believes we're going to spend all of our lives, or at least a large chunk of our lives, looking at the world through, whether you call it AR, VR, augmented reality, wherever you want to call that continuum. I'm a believer that we're going to mediate our view of the world with technology, and this is a powerful step towards doing it for the military first. Eventually, that's going to come to everyone. But I think that the really important thing here is we're expanding into an area that is directly built on top of human warfighters. We've mostly focused on building robots, robotics, things that are unmanned. We've actually had a warfighter systems business line for a few years now that we've never talked about publicly. And we're going to be rolling into our warfighter systems division, which I've been leading on the technological development side, kind of focusing on human augmentation, human performance, and what the future of that looks like.
Look, Palmer does it his way, bro. He is a one-of-one founder. I like that he doesn't care what anyone thinks about what he looks like, his hair, his goatee, all that stuff. Like, I like the guy. He does his own shit. And Anduril is winning some pretty heavy contracts, which is allowing him to do his own shit, and no one can really say anything about it. Grab right here, still up 5%, just above $5. Tesla 337, Palantir 115. Big Bear at 9, On Semiconductor at 48, SMCI at 39.50, and then you got Nvidia right. Wow, SMCI gave back all of the gains. I mean, it's up 2%, but it's well below $40 now. Let's see if we can get a reversal, but definitely getting a little hit right here. And then Nvidia losing about 1% on the day as well. I would love it if Zucks made amends and gave him a board position. I don't know everything about how he got fired. From my understanding, he donated to Trump, and people found out about it. And then, again, I'm probably butchering the story, but the gist of it, at least from Palmer's perspective, is that when Trump was running in 2016, he donated to some group that was associated with Trump, and then it got leaked. And then, in his words, he got fired because he was a Trump supporter, which now, in today's day and age, 8 years later, feels, 2016 was just a different time. It feels like that wouldn't happen at Meta. I mean, Zucks is a Trump supporter, basically, right? So it would be nice to see if Zucks kind of reconciles that, but I think Palmer's getting his own revenge with Anduril. And the cool thing is it's coming full circle, right? He made Oculus, was in VR his whole life, sold it to Meta. Meta has not, Meta's doing stuff with VR, but again, they spent a lot more than they ultimately purchased Oculus for. And I imagine Palmer thinks if he was running the VR division at Meta, he would have made it a lot more efficient. But now he's getting back to VR for defense, which is something he actually cares about way more than just regular gaming, right? So I think it is definitely coming full circle to him in terms of how this played out. All right, let's go back to Jay Powell, see what he has to say, and then we'll keep going from there. We got Karp in about an hour doing the Ask Me Anything.
Every member of this body, every member, Democrats and Republicans alike. And I know that your interest is squarely within your dual mandate and not foreign policy. I sit on both committees. I'm here, but I'm also the ranking member on the Foreign Policy Committee. And so I can't sit here today and pretend that what we're doing won't impact employment and economic stability right here in the United States of America. Weakening USAID will fuel global crises, endanger American security, embolden other nations like China and Russia, and leave us here in the Trump administration solely responsible for the fallout. So I have to take this opportunity to urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle.
Dude, I really hate when the politicians use this moment as a way to get their agenda across. Like, the point is to ask Jay Powell questions, and they use it to grandstand. So we'll go back to that when Jay Powell's talking, but let's go back to Josh Brown and his take on Tesla. and then hopefully we'll get to real questions with J-Pal.
Spoke down, so up to 200 there. All right, we're gonna wrap up. I want to.
Oh, hold on. I missed where I was at. Here it is.
Less than 1%, not bad.
Well, this is being dragged down by Tesla. What's Tesla? 20%?
Well,
Let's see.
So I was going there next.
Yeah.
Tesla
15%.
Okay, Tesla from December 17th, which was the top. I'm not cherry picking a date. I'm saying Tesla has added 791 billion in market cap over the last 3 months. Right?
No, wrong. So this chart, we shared this on the show on December 17th, which just so happened to be.
That turned out to be the top.
That was the exact top. So the next chart shows where we are today.
It's leaking market cap on a daily basis.
So on December 17th, it had a historic 3-month run, added $791 billion in market cap. Over the last 3 months, it's given away 67. So it's right now, this is kind of wild. I had Sean do some work for me. So it's in a 32% drawdown. Maybe there's some, I don't know, investors are concerned that the CEO and founder changed his name to Harry Balls and put circumcisions at a discount, 50% off in his bio on Twitter.
Maybe like Heil Hitler at the inauguration.
Maybe
like
people are not.
Look.
Maybe people are not into that. So anyway, but my point is on the stock itself, Tesla is a wild company, stock wise. Chart on, please. Thank you, Sean, for doing this. So over the last chart on, please. The annualized returns. Here we go. So over the last 5 years, Tesla has annualized the shares at 45% compounded, which is
insane.
Yeah. If you rewind back, if you zoom out 10 years, 37% a year. One of the top, 10 performing stocks, just crazy numbers. But at any point in time over the last 5 years, if you threw a dart or if you were a shareholder over the last 5 years, at any point in time, you were 31.6% away from its all-time high. It is a wild stock.
So if you look at certain enclaves of social media, which are non-MAGA enclaves, some of the most shared and retweeted articles and headlines are about European sales of Tesla cars plunging, like Germany and France, and kind of like people just finally, they've had enough of Elon Musk. I don't think that really matters. I understand that sales might be down, and you're watching the stock price go down and you're drawing some sort of correlation. I think the shareholder base is not here for the quarterly European sales of Model 3s. I think what's really keeping people invested in the story is the robot stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as he can keep that stuff center stage in his public commentary on Tesla, I think that I don't think you'll lose the entire gain that you got from the election. I think they'll
I agree with you.
Some of that.
I agree with you. My take on this is that the chart that we just shared, a $791 billion increase in market cap over the last prior 3 months, was an insane run. And I think things got out of control. And this is like, it's hard to say a 32% correction is like healthy, but this stock does this all the time. This is not new or unique to today. This is just what the stock does.
I think a lot of people who politically are not happy watching what he's doing right now, they are wish casting, and they're looking at this falling stock price and leaking market cap, and they are dream weaving this story where finally, Elon's about to get it, and I don't see it.
I think it'll be fine. Okay, I want to talk about
although put the tweet up. I mean, this is what we're doing. This is where we are now.
So he changed his bio, but
he changed his name so that the newscasters, when they comment on him, would have to show this, because they show his tweets to dunk on President Trump or on Elon.
Whatever.
So this is like the meta joke that his sense of humor is not.
People are the most divided on Elon that I've seen in a long time. And it makes sense, right? Because Elon has gone in his direction politically, and you either agree or disagree with it. But I haven't seen people this divided on Elon in a while, bro. And obviously it's affecting Tesla. Still Tesla right here up 3.4%. But I do agree with Josh there. No one's buying Tesla for the European deliveries, right? Like you're buying it, but also no one's selling Tesla for the European deliveries. Like you're selling Tesla because you either don't like what Elon's doing right now, and maybe that has to do with the political stuff, or you're buying Tesla because you don't give a shit about the political stuff, or you actually like the political stuff and you care about FSD and robotics. It's one or the other. But it is really hard for me to believe when you think about it from first principles that European registrations being down 20% are the reason the stock has lost at this point 500 billion in market cap since January. You know, so you're either on one side or the other when it comes to this. All right, so Tesla right here is 340. Grab gapped up to 507. It's at 504. I would really be happy with a $5 close on Grab today. It's doing this on a day with high CPI as well. Big Bear AI as well, up 14%. So that one's having a good day. But high CPI, Grab's not getting affected. The dollar is relatively flat, which is good. Yeah, it looks like people are buying it before earnings. It looks like that's what's happening. Volume is not that great. I mean, 24 million shares is decent, given we have about 4 or 5 hours left in the trading day. They average about 20 million shares, so they hit the average already. So there is volume coming in. But it's not like the 80 million that we saw a week ago when the acquisition rumors came out. But the point is there is enough volume when people get excited about this for it to run. And that's what's being proved right now on this day, and also what we saw last week. Palantir still holding 115, a little bit below 116, but still holding the mid 100s, which is very nice. SMCI definitely now below 40. NVIDIA just below 132. Bitcoin a little green, and then Hoodie holding on to 55 here right now. You said there was Palantir news yesterday. No, there wasn't any Palantir news. I don't think there was any specific Palantir news. If anyone has any Palantir news, let me know. But there wasn't any specific news that I saw. Just the Ask Me Anything that's happening with Karp today, but no like actual other types of news. Do you think Grab will do well mid long term? Yeah, I do. I've been through the thesis many times. My price target is $10 by 2027. So I think they will. I think they're becoming a monopoly in Southeast Asia. And when adjusted EBITDA margins, free cash flow margins are going up and to the right, the stock price tends to follow. Like that's usually the money. The beautiful thing about the stock market is money finds undervaluation. Always. I mean, that's the nature of the market being efficient. And so when money is not finding undervaluation, you have a window of an opportunity to buy. And that's where the asymmetry lies in a lot of these gains. So, money didn't find it when Robinhood was at 7. Money started to find it when Robinhood got to 10, 11, and then now Robinhood's at 55. Same thing with Palantir, the same story, same thing with Rocket Lab. Like money will find the undervaluation when the undervaluation is a screaming buy with good earnings, because there's just too much money to not find an opportunity that has great earnings and is cheap. And so I think Grab is cheap given they're trading at 30% cash, but they got to put up the earnings now. And if they put up the earnings, that's when I think money is really going to find them. And we could see some more momentum. I don't own any Big Bear AI. We've been covering it on the channel because it's been running, but I don't own any of it. 2 Congress members own Palantir. Okay, so I did see this headline. Let me pull this up. Also, Kash Patel, the new potential director of the FBI, also owns Palantir. That came out a week ago. I think we talked about it on the channel. But here are the 2 Congress members that own Palantir. They bought it in late January, and the stock's up 50%. Gilbert Ray Cisneros, I don't know who that is, and then James Comer. He bought it on January 21st. And then Gilbert bought it on January 24th. So hold on, what price was it? That was like when it was 60, right? That was when it was like 65. January 21st. Oh yeah, dude. That's when it was. No, it gapped up to 75. Oh, so they bought it in the 70s. The 60s were in the first 10 days of January. So they bought it at like 75. Call it 75. Okay, so this is the first time we've seen 2 politicians buy Palantir. This is actually a big piece of news. Okay, so who are these guys? Gilbert Ray Sinceros. Gilbert Ray. He is a He is a representative from California, Democrat. He's a Congress representative from California. I think he's in the House of Representatives. Yeah, House of Representatives. Okay, and then who's the other guy? James Comer. Who is James Comer? He is a Kentucky representative, and he's a Republican. Huh. A Democrat and a Republican bought Palantir at 75. Comer is big. Am I living under a rock? Does everyone know James Comer? I have no idea who this guy is, bro. I've never heard of this. Oh, he's chair of oversight into government reform. You guys are right. You guys are right. Yeah, we covered this news actually a couple days ago because he bought another stock as well. That's why his picture looked familiar, but I haven't actually followed him. Okay, so that's I don't follow. I've never heard an interview of this guy ever, James Comer, or maybe I have, but I don't remember. But I personally have never followed him. Like as soon as I saw his picture, it didn't scream, "Oh, this is a famous representative that I know about." Interesting. So a Democrat and a Republican bought Palantir. Huh. Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? Put in the chat if you're thinking what I'm thinking. Put in the chat if you're thinking what I'm thinking. I'm thinking one word for why a Democrat and Republican bought Palantir. I am thinking one single word for why this happened. Dude, if Nancy buys, then it's time to just go all in. If we get the Nancy buy after these two politicians, maybe it's time to go all in. Yep, you guys got it. Doge. That's what I'm thinking. It's Doge, man. It's Doge. It's the Doge. Sometimes it's so simple, right? Like I use this example all the time when it comes to like the simplicity sometimes of markets, but the Vision Pro was stupid. It was not going to work. And it was really simple to understand why it was not going to work. And then it didn't work. It's like, it wasn't that complicated. There wasn't that much nuance. It's like, no one's going to wear that every day. Oh, no one's wearing that. Oh, no one's buying it. Oh, Apple really stopped selling it. Boom. In this case, the syllogism is government's ineffective. Elon's having basically unilateral control to make it effective via the executive order from Trump yesterday. And then JD Vance, Peter Thiel, and a host of other people David Sachs are boys with Elon Musk. And it's like, and then you got Palantir that actually has the right software to get the job done. So when you have the political connections and the tech product, I mean, is it that crazy to be like, yeah, that's what's going to happen? There's going to be a partnership there. I mean, and maybe that's not a substantial contract. Maybe that's not like $1 billion contract. Maybe that's like maybe it's like a $50 million contract. Maybe it's nothing from a monetary perspective, but the perception for the stock is that Palantir is getting so ingrained in the government that it doesn't really matter the monetary benefits of that. What matters is the fact that you have exposure to something that is really deepening their ties and their moat within the US government space. I think Palantir is trading like Tesla as well. It's not about valuation anymore. It becomes about valuation when valuation matters. When does valuation matter? When shit hits the fan. And that's just like objectively true. Valuation matters when shit hits the fan. Because when valuations get so excessive, like we're seeing on a Palantir, again, 262 billion, that's up there. It matters when we get a recession, when when things start getting bad and like people are like, all right, what do I have that's really expensive? What can I sell? Yada, yada. But if we're not in that situation, it's not like, who the hell cares about the valuation? You care about the government business. You care about accelerating growth. You care about the AI trade. Like you're not looking at, I think a lot of people that are buying Palantir are not looking at the market cap because this thing has been over 100 for 2 weeks now. And it's been well over 110 for basically the past 6 days. People are not caring about the numbers. They are caring about getting exposure into the narrative. And I think it's the same thing with Tesla when it comes to robotics and FSD. So that's not a good thing or a bad thing. It just is what it is, right? It just is what it is. And for those that are heavy in Palantir, you kind of sit back and you're like, all right, if people want to chase it on that narrative, then you sit back and enjoy. And then the question becomes, well, this is what Ed Yardani said the other day. Let's watch this clip because I didn't watch this yet. He said we might not have a recession for the next 15 years. And if Yardani is right about that, and we don't have a recession for another decade, I mean, like, and shit doesn't hit the fan, which I'm a little doubtful for. But let's just say, it's like things could be up there for a while. 30s.
Well, look, Brian, I think the economy just demonstrated its resilience, right? over the past 3 years, we've had the most widely anticipated recession of all times that didn't happen. It was a no-show recession. And I think it demonstrated that even with the Fed raising interest rates aggressively, with some of the geopolitical issues that challenged the global economy, and despite all that, the economy grew. There was no recession. And I think we have to kind of take that into consideration, that maybe this economy really is resilient. We just had some upward revisions in the labor market that showed that the labor market has actually been very strong and resilient. Unemployment rate remains around 4%. So far, so good.
But here's the dirty secret. We're learning this in Germany, right? And the German economy is not good. Costs are higher, but their stock market is well outperforming ours this year. Can show the disconnect between economies and stock markets. So if our economy, Ed, remains strong, and we all hope it does that necessarily mean the stock market will also remain strong?
Well, Germany has a lot of conflicting developments. Their economy looks pretty weak. They're competing with China. China's literally eating their lunch when it comes to car production. So they've got some. They've also got a really messed up transition from fossil fuels to clean energy. We have our own challenges, but overall the economy is doing extremely well. And I think it's going to generate earnings that will drive the market higher. I wouldn't really want to see the market go higher on valuation because valuation is already stretched. But I think valuations at current levels actually can be justified if investors are kind of looking at the economy the way I am, and that is it's just proved its resilience. Why can't it continue to be resilient and grow? And if that's the case, we could be looking at a fairly long period of economic growth, earnings growth, and that's good for the market.
Ed, that was going to be exactly my question. The pushback that I hear from people is not about the stock market broadly, because you can look around and say, look, there's things happening in AI, there's innovation, but it's about the Mag 7 in particular, whose valuation isn't that wild, but they just think, everyone's in one boat. They're in the S&P 500, they're in the mega caps. There's no more buyers left. And, we're going to mean revert. And we started to see that in January.
Well, look, I have really no problem with this concentration issue that people are worrying about, that there's, the Magnificent Seven account for 30% of the market cap of the S&P 500. There's lots of other stock markets around the world where a handful of companies really account for most of the market cap of their markets. In our situation, these are credible companies. I mean, they don't have a lot of debt. They're generating a lot of cash flow. They are able to buy smaller companies with the technologies that they can leverage up and make them world-class technologies. So I don't really have a problem with that. I also don't have a problem with the Magnificent Seven resting for a while and for some kind of regrouping where investors put more money in the S&P 493, which on a relative basis are cheaper, and they'll probably get a lot more benefit of AI than even the Magnificent Seven.
But you wouldn't see a reason to, avoid the S&P, kind of the classic, or to kind of double down on small caps or go international or whatever.
Well, I've been recommending an investment strategy of stay home as opposed to go global since 2010. I mean, at some point I will probably overstay my welcome, but it just has worked for a very, very long period of time. As Brian said, Europe, at least on a short-term basis, has outperformed, but I think the trend is America continues to be a much more diversified, much stronger, much more resilient economy than most others, and I think that's what's reflected in the stock market.
Your Denny's bullish. Your Denny is bullish on kind of how these equities are playing out. I mean, look, if we don't get a recession for the next decade, that would be insane. But if there was any decade to not get a recession, like, wouldn't it be now where we have all this tech and innovation? So I was on the podcast yesterday. I asked Brett about the impact of robots on GDP, labor, et cetera. And he basically said the same thing Elon said, which is that productivity is going to go through the roof. They want to get thousands of robots produced this year. Right now, they're producing a couple a week. And they also said they think there's a shot they can ship a robot from Figure into someone's house this year, 2025. And if that happens, that's going to be a big deal. Like, if there is a robot in your house from Figure by the end of 2025, I mean, like, I mean, this company is only 32 months old, right? Less than 3 years. So That's his ambition. I don't know if they're going to get it there, but if they can get a robot to people's houses by the end of 2025, you would imagine 2026 is going to be monster for just overall scaling. And then obviously if Tesla has their way as well, you should have two really big players. But we're going to see. We're going to see how that can end up playing out. I do think the debate obviously comes if people lose their jobs, how do they get subsidized? Is the government funded, UBI, et cetera? And those are hard questions. I think they're questions that are a couple years away because, you know, right now, one thing he said on the podcast as well is that we have a labor shortage. People forget about this. SMCI back at 40. We have a labor shortage. There are people that don't want to work in factories anymore. And a lot of the clients that Figure is getting, they just signed their second largest commercial client. That's because they have a labor shortage. And it's not even about replacing people. It's about having enough people to do the work that just don't want to work and do monotonous things for 10 hours a day for 30 years, right? So before we even think about replacing people, we have to fill in the labor gap. And I do think that'll take a good, 5 to 10 years before we get to the point where it's like, all right, everyone's getting replaced unless it scales that dramatically. But if not, then maybe the whole UBI government debate to subsidize this stuff doesn't end up happening for a while. Okay, let's go back to Jay Powell. Let's see if he's saying anything or if he's getting actual questions.
Medium and sized banks that had any of the characteristics that we saw. And you mentioned, a long position in long-term securities that was underwater, along with a very unstable deposit base made up mostly of uninsured deposits. And in the case of Silicon Valley Bank, it was a lot of similar private equity and venture capital and hedge fund companies where they all just pulled their money out at the same time. So it was a bank run, and bank runs are very destructive whenever they happen. So we looked for that pattern. We worked with companies who had any aspect of that pattern, and we were successful, I think, in not having that crisis spread very broadly, and that was a good thing. Looking forward, though, we need to not forget that lesson and make sure that funding bases are stable and that we're focused on the basics of banking, which is credit risk, interest rate risk, liquidity risk.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. I yield back. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Chairman Powell, let me ask you a quick monetary policy question and then turn to bank regulation and treasury market structure. I know hindsight is 20/20, but it's important to learn from mistakes, as you know. And
real quick, we got a headline: House Republicans propose $4.5 trillion in tax cuts and $2 trillion in spending cuts over the next decade. House Republicans, $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, $2 trillion in spending cuts over the next decade. That's probably going to be put into the negotiations for the next bill that'll be passed hopefully in the next probably 2 months.
And you've conceded that the Fed miscalculated on inflation and mischaracterized inflation as transitory in 2021-2022 time period. Given that inflation remains stuck above the Fed's 2% target, will you commit to scrapping the flexible average inflation targeting framework? And if not, why wouldn't you commit to returning just to a simple 2% target?
So we're just beginning the review. It'll be done, as I mentioned, by the end of the summer, and that's the exact question we'll be asking. I can't commit to a particular outcome. I need to respect the process and the views of the other 18 participants on the FOMC.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I just hope that in that process, that you and your colleagues recognize that framework allowed rising inflation to persist and allowed the Fed to mislabel it as transitory. Let me turn to bank regulation. In October of last year, I led a bipartisan CODEL to Basel, Switzerland, met with the Basel Committee on Bank Supervision. And there, the committee actually conceded to us, agreed with me that the Michael Barr proposal of July 2023 actually gold-plated bank capital requirements. And instead of actually promoting international harmonization, actually made American banks less competitive. They conceded that to us. So I applaud the Fed for not moving forward on that July 2023 proposal that would have made it harder for large banks to, among other things, facilitate the smooth functioning of the U.S. Treasury market, including holding treasuries on the balance sheet. Couple questions. One is, should the goal of our bank capital rules, should it be regulatory harmonization internationally, or should it be American economic competitiveness?
I mean, clearly, the goal is to have a strong banking system that supports American economic activity and growth. That's the ultimate goal. What you get from Basel is a global floor so that the other banks can't run on less capital and sort of have a short-term advantage. That was the whole point of Basel, was to get everybody to the same kind of level so that it wouldn't be the race to the bottom.
And I see that utility, but I think the goal of our regulatory system should be America first, and it should be about American economic growth and competitiveness. But let's talk about the Treasury market issues. Obviously, we're issuing a ton of debt right now. In fact, according to BlackRock, we're issuing $573 billion of Treasury bonds every week. To put that in perspective, the entire national debt of Australia is $573 billion. So we're issuing Australia every week in this country, if you want to think of it that way. Would reducing excessive capital and liquidity requirements on U.S. banks for intermediating U.S. Treasury market take the heat off of U.S. capital markets and increase Treasury market liquidity and stability?
I strongly think it would help.
Well, I think that's especially an important comment in terms of your regulatory approach, because as you know, maturing bonds were being financed at an average of near zero during COVID, and now they're about double the cost of the average of about 3.5%. So now is not the time to make it more difficult for banks to hold treasuries. Let me just drill down with a little bit more detail on this Treasury market structure issue. Do you agree that the supplementary leverage ratio and the enhanced supplemental leverage ratio, the ESLR, are problematic as they create a disincentive for banks, especially large banks, broker-dealer affiliates, to serve as intermediators in the primary, secondary, and repo markets for U.S. Treasury securities?
I do.
And so you would commit to reviewing the SLR framework to create greater capacity for our banks to provide liquidity in the Treasury market?
I think it's time to move on the ESLR. And, we proposed doing so several years ago. We just didn't follow through on it. So I do think it's time.
Well, thank you for that. And finally, yesterday, during your appearance in front of the Senate Banking Committee, Senator Warren asked you about the future of consumer protection laws if the CFPB is abolished. Isn't it true, Chairman Powell, that prior to Dodd-Frank, consumer protection laws were implemented by financial institutions' primary prudential regulators?
Yes.
And so if there were a decision by the Congress and Doge or whatever to repeal the CFPB, we could return the consumer protection law enforcement function to other financial regulators.
You could, yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
All right. This is so boring. There is nothing we're getting that's interesting from Jay Powell. Well, we got Karp in 30 minutes. We'll get through a couple other headlines here and see some other stuff. But yeah, there's nothing we're getting from Jay Powell, guys. It's pretty much his testimony yesterday was all that mattered. And all he said was that we're going to look at the data, which is what he's supposed to say. So nothing too different. Again, the breaking news this morning just got the disclosure, Democrat and a Republican, James Comer and I forgot the first name of the other guy, but Sinceros is the last name, who's a Democrat, Comer is a Republican. They bought Palantir. Look, at the end of the day, I don't think they're buying Palantir for the ontology. I don't think these guys watch my YouTube videos and, dissect the ontological thesis behind Palantir. I think they're thinking, okay, Trump administration cleaning up the government, needs software, Palantir. And so seems like that's what we're getting here, which again, dude, I don't think they care about the valuation or the PE or the price of sales. I think they're literally just thinking what's going to benefit from this Trump administration and their effort to cut spend. And that might end up being Palantir. So seems like that's going to happen. Chad says, I watch your stream for your views on the ontology. Man, Chad, come on, bro. I understand how to explain the ontology. I can explain it with sophistication in my analysis. And I'm not tripping over my words to actually figure out how to explain it. No, in all seriousness, I remember I did a Zoom with Chad. This was in June of 2024, and for 2 hours he sat with me and Arnie, and he just like actually explained it to us. And I can't explain what he explained because obviously I'm not as good as explaining it as him, but like that's when it kind of opened up to me why companies are paying for it. You know, sometimes you just need someone to like really break it down. And like Chad comes from big data, so he's worked at other companies before, and so like from his perspective, he was giving us the rundown on why a client would pay $50 million a year for this, you know? And if you could get 10,000 clients to pay 5 million a year, right? And you don't have to just get that one who pays 50, how scalable could it be? And the biggest gripe a lot of people have with Palantir is that they can't scale because they're a consulting firm. You got to get the forward deployed engineers to help build it. And all that stuff could be true, but that doesn't mean it's unscalable. That just means Palantir treats you as a partner, not a customer, and they work with you, whereas that's the consulting aspect, but you're paying software prices. You're not paying consulting margins on a business that has a level of consulting, but they're selling a software product. And so I imagine it was pretty frustrating for Palantir over the past 2 years to kind of have that narrative on them. But now that the growth is ramping up and people are really willing to pay for this, you're seeing, rule of 40 of 81, that these are serious software margins, even if there's a level of consulting there. And my take on the consulting thing, and this has been pretty consistent since 2022, when I was like, because I remember there was this series I was doing on Palantir, and it was just like debunking bear cases. I think it was like a 10-part series or something. It was like early 2022. And one of the bear cases was as a consulting firm. And I was like, why is that bad? Like, consulting firms help companies. Like, now, Accenture, Deloitte don't make the margins that Palantir does because they're not, they're not selling software. But nonetheless, they're providing actual value, which is why they're getting paid for that value. So to me, I was like, okay, so Palantir's gross margins, which even at the time in 2022 were 78 to 82%. It's not like those margins ever were below, I think worst case, it was 75%. Their margins were still software margins, even though they were spending money on the consulting aspect, AKA the forward deployed engineers. But to me, that was just building a very, very, very strong relationship with the client that's probably never going to leave. And so I think even the bear case back, I mean, remember we had the guy come on, the bear cave dude, and like that was his argument as well. It's like, it's a consulting firm. And I remember questioning him. I was like, well, they're working with their clients to actually produce value. And then Karp echoed these statements in the earnings call, not this quarter, but last quarter, where he said, we don't want 10,000 clients paying us a little bit of money. We want 1,000 clients paying us a lot of money. And eventually they will scale from that, but they want to have relationships with their partners, not just treat them as an account that they have to close. Chad says we will scale differently than how it's been done before. That's why people have the issue understanding. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's another differentiated part of the thesis. It's like, I don't think companies have seen, or investors have seen software companies like Palantir scale the way they've scaled. And case in point, Palantir right here up 2.5%. Boot camps. We don't talk about them that much anymore, but boot camps are still a thing. And that was the first evolution, in my opinion, of Palantir really embracing scale, like scaling the unscalable, right? Via that bootcamp strategy. And no software company has done that before. Like it's either some webinars or some shitty Zoom sessions. And it's like no software company said, come to this location. We will have our engineers on our dime work to build you a proof of concept. And then if you like it, you can keep it. And then in a couple of weeks, we can talk about actually signing a deal. It's like, that's like giving real value and then monetizing after. And most software companies don't do that. They just don't engage in that way of building. Amit, the live stream is up with a waiting card. Should start around 12 to 12:10. Okay, let me pull it up. We'll have it ready to go. So this is going to be on X. Yeah, they are live right now. So for those that are not on X, you can watch it from my stream. For those that are on X, you can watch it on X. Yeah, this will be beginning in about 30 minutes. Why is Grab up? Grab's getting a lot of option flow call premium. Here's another tweet I just saw on the flows. It's getting a lot, bro. It's getting a lot of people that are buying it. Let me see if I save this tweet. But someone's, oh, here, this is the one. The June, look at this one, dude. 20% out of the money calls on Grab in July, $2 million in premium. Look at this. So the strike is $6 for July, 20% from here, 2 million worth of premium is buying that. Let me check the exact volume on that. So July, $6. That's why it's running, dude. For some reason today, people are buying up the calls. July 18th, $6. Yeah, dude, look at that. Holy freaking crap. See, this is why. So the last one we looked at was 15,000 in volume for a January 2026 $5 call. Then we saw, I think, a 10,000 in volume for the $10 call January 2027. The $6 call for Grab, July 18th, has 44,000 in volume. That means 44,000 contracts are trading hands today. Like, forget Grab. Any stock that has almost 50 grand of option contracts traded, and it's been what, 5 hours since the market opened, 4 hours? That is aggressive. And those are not put premiums, those are call premiums. So people are like betting that it's going to hit $6 by then, right? Someone's loading up. Or it could have been one person doing 44K. Yes, that's true. It could have been one person doing 44K. Or it could have been a group of people. I mean, like, the point is there's just a lot of people that are getting ready to see this thing move. Or at least they think it has a chance to move. So, yeah, that explains it today. It's nothing. There's no fundamental news. It's kind of just the volumes going higher. Reddit has earnings today as well. I do have a position in Reddit, 100 shares at 164. It's at 218. Don't know what to expect for Reddit, but I would imagine they will still be profitable. They're still going to be growing. And, you know, ultimately, if they give a good outlook, Street should be okay. Amit, are you excited for Tanner earnings? Amit, are you excited for Tanner earnings? Tanner says, Amit, are you excited for Robinhood earnings? Yes, I am. Tanner, if you want to join the stream, by the way, I'll put the link in the chat. If you want to hop on for 5 minutes, talk about it. If not, no worries. But Tanner and I will be streaming today, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. And so you guys will get our preview from 3:30 to 4. And then 4 o'clock, we got earnings on Hoodie. And we're going to see the numbers that Vlad can put up. So it'll be good. All right. Tanner said he can't make it. All right. So Tanner, I'll see you at 3:30 then. And we'll see what happens. What do you guys think? Pump or dump on Hood? What do you think today? Pump or dump on Hood? Let's see what you guys think. I still think we pump, bro. I still think we pump. The problem is Hood doesn't really pump on earnings. So me saying this is not conducive with historically how Hood acts. Hood usually dumps on earnings, but it's not an aggressive dump. It's like a 3 to 4% dump. Last time it was a bit aggressive, but I'm going with pump, bro. I'm going with Vlad's doing a video call. The momentum seems to be high. The excitement is there. We saw the December numbers. They were good. I'm going with a pump. I'm going for 60. I think it's possible. I think it is possible. But we got to see. We got to see today what they show. Wow, we got a lot of pumps. I think it's like 80% pump, 20% dump right here. All right, I guess we're going to see. We're going to see. Let's listen to the Lyft CEO. So I like this guy. I like how he talks. This guy's, he's full of energy. Let's see what he has to say. Lyft did get upgraded the other day, but they got downgraded by a couple firms. They're doing some stuff with Mobileye. So let's see what he has to say.
Dropping sharply after the company released fourth quarter results. Lyft forecast current quarter gross bookings below the estimates. Joining us right now, first on CNBC, is Lyft CEO David Richer. It's great to see you, David. Let's talk about these earnings because in many ways, you know, it's been still a remarkable ride up. And yet, in terms of what the expectations were, a little lighter than some had expected. What say you?
Well, good morning, Andrew. And I have a lot to say. So today, you got a big audience. I'm not going to be talking to traders out there. Traders, you are on my fecal roster today. But I do want to talk to team members and investors. Here's what happened. Team members crushed it, right? So this is the year that we delivered over 44 million people and got them where they needed to go. Those are the riders. We did $16 billion in bookings. That's an all-time high, of course. We have more high-frequency riders than we've ever had. We've got drivers who like is 16 percentage points better than they do the other guy. We got GAAP profitability this year for the first time ever. We printed $766 million of cash this year, free cash flow positive for the first year ever. So it is a frigging machine, what we have built together. And I think what the future holds is great because it's a huge market and we're doing a great job. So then we got to figure out how to get the traders sort of on the bus. But that's the
that's what I was going to ask. Do you think that the analysts, do you think that you missed, or do you think the analysts missed?
Well, I mean, look, I can't speak for the analysts. I can tell you this: we have never been in a stronger position, right? As I say, we're executing. Look, we will pick you up. Here's a fun fact: we pick you up now a minute faster on average than we did a year ago. By the way, that's actually about 30 seconds faster than our bigger competitor, which is a big friggin' deal. And we're just getting started in terms of upping service, which is really our focus.
Right.
And we did it profitably. We put in cash. So that's kind of my focus.
Talk about it, but just from an operational perspective, how do you do that? Meaning, how is it that you're getting to the rider a minute earlier than I think what you're arguing Uber is doing, without saying the word
a minute
Uber?
earlier than a year ago and about 30 seconds faster than the other guys. We do it in so many ways. We do it in so many ways. From the minute you open your app, our math guys are behind the scenes trying to figure out what the closest match is. We're trying to give drivers better offers. Here's the thing. If you give drivers better offers and pay them more, they will accept rides faster and they'll cancel less. So it used to be 2 years ago when I started, drivers might cancel 15% of the time, which is you get that kind of weird thing where it says your driver's canceled, we're finding a new one. Super irritating. Now people do that a lot less because we give better offers and we do it more clearly. That means they can pick you up faster. Right. So it's everything from modeling to sort of human behavior, and we're just doing it in an excellent way.
In terms, okay, so that's on the operations side, and that's the good news. Walk us through just what the impact of this Delta partnership going to Uber though means, because I know that there will be an impact in Q2.
Yeah, it'll sort of be a 1% to 2% impact over the rest of the year. Look, partners from time to time change. I always say I've been married 29 years, so I'm not a big change out the partner guy. But sometimes people reevaluate. They kind of see something different, or they kind of want to go a different direction. We've got a great set of partnerships that we're super proud of, including DoorDash, one of our newest partnerships. By the way, we just launched the DoorDash partnership a couple of months ago, and we've already given 8 million rides to people who are Dash Pass members who want to ride on Lyft and get a great deal. So, partners kind of shift around a little bit, but the Delta piece will cost us maybe a point or two.
Do you wish that you had been able to keep that? Would it have cost you too much to do it? What happened?
It wasn't so much that. I think they were looking for something a little bit different as they refreshed their SkyMiles program. But we've got other partners that we work with just as well. Yeah, I'd say that's kind of and maybe to sort of the bigger point, I think a lot of people, of course, it's human nature, right? You focus on sort of the short-term stuff. But when we look at our 3-year goals, we're so much on track on that I think that's the bigger thing that we tend to look at.
Okay, so let's go out to maybe 5 or 10-year goals and talk about autonomous, because that's the other sort of, I know it's a ways away, but it's not that far away.
Right.
You have a partnership with Mobileye. Uber obviously partnering with Waymo. Make the Mobileye argument to us.
Sure. Yeah. So Mobileye is one of the world's great sort of tech companies when it comes to self-driving and really driver assistance technology, right? I mean, driver assistance is lane assist, it's smart cruise control, all these sorts of things. And they're in 800 different vehicles today. They've been early pioneers in self-driving. They were actually Tesla's earliest kind of partner before Tesla decided to go their own way. And they're a great company. So we have created an arrangement with them where as they build their tech, when their tech shows up in, pick a car, might be a Volkswagen, might be a BMW, might be a Hyundai someday, who knows? Those cars will be Lyft ready. They'll all be able to go on the Lyft platform and start, kind of earning money for you as a self-driving car, if that's what you're looking for. We also added a new partner 2 days ago called Marubeni, big Japanese trading company, and they're in the lease financing business and the sort of fleet operation business. And so they'll be great partners to help commercialize these types of deals.
Look, I don't know enough about Lyft, but I kind of like the CEO. Granted, I don't know, dude. Lyft is it's Uber or Lyft. Uber is obviously the clear winner. I liked Lyft when it was $9 last year. It ran to 18, so I could have doubled, but I never pulled the trigger. Now it's back at 12, so it is what it is. I do think the CEO is good at communicating, but again, structurally, Lyft is number 2 behind Uber. Like when I've been in California, I think I used Lyft once, and yesterday when I was coming back to the Airbnb, Lyft was more expensive than Uber. And I was like, okay, so I'm not using Lyft. It's like there's no this is the bear case on ride hailing in general. If Tessie If Tessie can take my $50 Uber and turn it into $42, and I believe in I'm not scared of a self-driving car, right? As long as you're over that fear, everyone's taking that ride because no one wants to pay you the extra $8, right? There is zero loyalty to the car that's picking you up. You just want the cheapest price, and you just want to know that you're safe. Pouncer right here, 115 grab still at 505, up 5.6% on the day. So if that's the case, and Robinhood at 55, if that's the case, then if Tesla really does get these prices to come down and they solve FSD over the next coming years, I think people are going to pick the cheapest option. And if the cheapest option ends up being a Tesla, that's where Uber and Lyft, I don't know what happens to those businesses, dude. Like, I just don't know what happens at that point. Now, granted, Lyft is always going to be sloppy seconds after Uber because more people just know about Uber. But if Lyft can't be competitive with Uber, like this week in California, Lyft hasn't really been that competitive, then it's just going to be hard to pick it over the basic ones. But it's going to be up to Tesla to see if FSD can actually get prices to go down. I think ARC thinks they can get up 20 cents off per mile or something like that, is their analysis, which would be pretty substantial. But it's going to have scale over the coming years for that to happen. Have you used Waymo in California? No, not yet. I've not used Waymo in California. Is there an app for Waymo? How do you even call a Waymo? There has to be an app, right? Waymo. Is there an app? Yeah, there's an app. Okay, I'm going to download the app. Maybe I'll use it later today. So I'm in the Bay Area, right? So Waymo should be here. I'll check right now. Or are they geofenced literally to just one part of San Francisco? Well, let's see. Maybe I take one. Maybe I take a Waymo. Okay, let's see. Is it in my area? Continue, allow. Let me sign in. Let's see. Hey, mate, what price did you buy Grab? The majority of the position, I would say, was bought around 465 to 470. I'll say that was. So basically, when the option spread that I was in was worth 30 cents, I probably ended up paying like 32 cents for it a month ago, which is the $750, $10 call debit spread for January 2027. That's when the majority of it was bought. Let's see if Waymo's available nearby. By the way, guys, the one thing I hate about this Airbnb, I mean, this has been a really good Airbnb and like the host has been awesome. It's freaking cold, bro. Like I'm like shivering right now in this thing. And like you might say, all right, we'll turn the heater on. I did, but the heater kind of sucks. It's not good. And I put it to like 80 degrees and it's still freezing here. So that's the one thing about this Airbnb that hasn't been the best. Okay, where to? Let's say I want to go to a Best Buy. Oh, no, this is not available, dude. There is a Best Buy like 2 miles down from here because I went there yesterday. It's showing me a Best Buy in 10 miles away. Yeah, dude, I'm in Oakland. This is in San Francisco. So this is not like really showing me. Search for a pickup. Let me put my location, current location. Pickup is outside the service area. Yeah, it's not going to work. Yeah, it's not available in Oakland. It's only San Francisco. Just SF. Okay, yeah, so it's not available. Palo Alto's not in San Francisco, right? Yeah, Palo Alto's not in San Francisco. So it wouldn't even be available in Palo Alto because I'm going to be there later this week. Yeah, it's not available. All right. See, if Tesla can solve this, then, if it's not geofence, that'll be nice. I'm not here for the NBA All-Star game. Although I did drive past the Dubs Arena, the old Oracle Arena. I hate the new Chase Center. The colors just seem so off to me. The Oracle Arena for the Dubs was like the best arena. But I drove past that yesterday. I drove to Figure's headquarters in a Cybertruck FSD for 45 minutes, and it was amazing. 0 interventions for 45 minutes in a Cybertruck. It was wild, bro. Absolutely wild. The new Chase Center is the Uber office as well. Yeah, I've never liked it, dude. Every time I see it on TV, it doesn't look like Oracle Arena, dude. Oracle Arena, the yellow on that court, like it was so much. It was just so exciting when you saw the Dubs play there versus the Chase Center. My brother worked in Oakland for a fat minute. Someone busted his rental car window. Rental company was like, yeah, things happen all the time. Well, so I don't know if I'm in the bad part of Oakland or the relatively decent part of Oakland. I mean, I'm very close to Berkeley, so it's yeah, I don't think it's like deep in a super bad area. It's like 5 minutes from Berkeley. So, and that's, again, I'm coaching my kids at a Berkeley tournament this week, so that's why I picked this location. But it's been good so far. Nothing too crazy. But it's cold, bro. It's fucking cold in here. Like, that's the one thing I didn't like about this place. Your kids, yeah, I coach a couple kids for debate. Not like my actual kids. We got Karp up in 12 minutes, so he's going to be live pretty soon. And we'll see what he has to say for the Ask Me Anything. Here's Ileana right here. He's getting ready for this thing. This is going to be fun, dude. I think it's going to be so much fun. I think Ileana's going to crush it. This is the background they're going to be at. I think that's going to be super fun. I submitted a question. I'll show you guys my question in a second. But this is what we're looking at. Guy from New Jersey says it's cold in California. Look, I thought I was leaving New Jersey to get a little bit of relief, and that was not the case. Like, I got out the airport. I'm like, bro, it's freezing. Like, I thought this was California. Now, I know you guys are going to be like, Northern California is different. I get it. But still, I thought it would be a little better. And it wasn't a little bit of an improvement from Jersey. Yeah. But it was still pretty damn cold. And I was just like, all right, so this wasn't really a little vacation from the cold because it's still freezing. This was my question. Hey, Dr. Karp, you have a background in philosophy with a focus on neoclassical social theory. I always wondered if that philosophy influenced how you ran Palantir during the early years. Do you think your background in philosophy influenced the direction of the company to have a singular focus on providing value over just selling for the sake of selling? So my question is more rooted in, hey, you are not like a regular tech founder. You actually studied philosophy. You got a PhD in philosophy. Is the reason Palantir actually has all the different unique nuances that it has, like providing value and not just caring about steak dinners, PowerPoints, etc., is that influenced by your philosophical background? And I think the way he's going to answer this is going to be kind of rooted in the moral clarity that Palantir has as a business, which actually leads to positive ROI on the business results, because, you know, a lot of CEOs are afraid to say what they think on moral issues because they think they're going to isolate customers, which many times does happen. But there's a unique way to communicate that could actually get customers, and even the people that disagree with you politically will still support you. So I think part of his philosophy has to do with that moral clarity. And I think that's something that he may talk about as well. Some of the other questions here, let's see what people submitted. John Lucas says, with AIP growing so quickly, is there an industry or vertical that is leveraging AI and AIP faster that you might have initially expected, perhaps an unexpected, ambitious industry? Someone said, what's your favorite color? I actually don't know what Karp's favorite color is. Actually, I'm not sure. Ileana said, how has your fitness routine evolved over the years? How do you stay disciplined amidst all the travel? I think that's a good question. Arnie says, you are a source of inspiration for many, me included. Who inspires you the most? Jack says, what's your favorite song? Let's see what other questions. Amir says, while you inspire many of us, who are ones you find inspiration in? Enrique says, what is the biggest problem issue you're currently working on, and what are you most looking forward to that gets you excited over the next couple of years when it comes to Palantir's or America's prospects? GoCarp says, how does working with the DoD or new initiatives differ from 5 years ago? Do you sense less friction? Garcia says, after more than 20 years, what are some things Palantir does to maintain their culture? Some good questions, bro. Some good questions. I think it'll be fun. Will you be live for Hood Earnings? Yes, I'll be live at 3:30 p.m. And we will see what Vlad has cooking up with their video conference. I think it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Should be good. Do you think he would mention ontology in his answer if they ask him your question? Maybe. I mean, because I think, again, ontology is philosophically the concept of the ontology. Not only is it a philosophical term, but like I think he would bring up that Palantir recognized that if you build the ontology, which is where the value comes from, the business philosophy should be that the money should accrue where the value is. And the value only happens if you actually go through the pain of building it, because it's really hard to bring value to a product or service and then have mass adoption of it. So yeah, I think there's a world where he can mention ontology philosophically. It would be really cool if he mentions the word in a philosophical context. Again, that's my story. I've said it over and over, but the reason I got into Palantir was because I'm a big philosophy nerd. Nietzsche, Albert Camus, I mean, on and on. Derrida, like there's Immanuel Kant. I mean, there's so many philosophers I've studied, and ontology is a core philosophical term that everyone who studies philosophy kind of really needs to understand. So that's what really got me attracted initially, and then I found out it was like a data orientation for the company, and it just got me hooked in. What else do we have? Projections for Hood. I think they'll crush it, but again, the stock, I have no idea. Dostoevsky, yes, love him. Sisyphus, the myth of Sisyphus. I mean, I think everyone should read the myth of Sisyphus before they die, hopefully sooner than later. Like, that's how serious that body of work is to me. And it's very simple. It's like, you can get the PDF online. It's like 10 pages. It's not a really intense read. But as soon as I read the myth of Sisyphus, this was probably sophomore year in college, everything changed. Everything changed. The way I thought about the world completely changed. So yeah, that is a big text for me. The Genealogy of Morals I read when I was in high school, and I don't think I understood it too well. That's from Friedrich Nietzsche. But after like really revisiting it in college, I got a better understanding of it. What are some other philosophers? Nietzsche, Camus, Derrida, Heidegger. I've studied Heidegger a bit. Not that in depth, but I've studied him. Kant, I've studied a lot. I don't know. Let me see a list of philosophers. See if any of them come up. Oh, Socrates, obviously, Aristotle, Plato, sort of the core Aristotelian philosophers I studied. John Stuart Mill, Rousseau. This is not a philosopher, but Charles Bukowski. He's a poet, but to me, he's a philosophical poet. So I do love Bukowski's work as well. Palantir still holding 115. Hobbes, yes, Hobbes as well. Descartes, dude, Descartes is a mind f, because he you try, like, Descartes tries to prove the existence of God using analytical, just mathematical kind of justifications. I read him in high school, and it's like there's like 6 different ways he justifies the existence of God, and it really messes with your mind. But like it logically, like it actually makes a decent amount of sense. So I haven't read him in a couple of years, or more than at this point. It's been like 7-8 years I haven't read Descartes. But when I first was introduced to him, it was really cool, because that's where I saw like philosophy actually justifying real world things, and it wasn't just about morality. It was about how do we come to a conclusion that God is real without using religion, and Descartes actually came up with those original texts. Karp is live at noon. Yes, in 5 minutes. It might start at 12:10, so we might have to wait for a little bit, but it will be live. Peterson. So I've studied Peterson as well. I think Peterson obviously is very political, but the core of Peterson's philosophy, in my opinion, is influenced by Nietzsche. Like, Peterson is a modern day Nietzschean scholar, if that's how you want to call it. And so I do think his work is meaningful and valuable. Obviously, he rubs people the wrong way because he's super into politics. But essentially, Peterson is looking for a purpose in life. And his argument is that once you lose the ability to grapple onto something that is meaningful, you lose your existence, right? And so his message to everyone is to try to find purpose as soon as possible, because without it, the direction of your life gets headed in a very kind of just like, not only bad way, but it leads to depression. And he's a clinical psychologist, so he's worked with so many patients that have been depressed. And every time he gets into these discussions, his argument's like, well, do you have a routine? Do you have a structure? Do you like have a purpose? Do you have a North Star you're chasing? And if you don't have any of those, depression ends up becoming a very easy route to fall into. So I do admire his work. Obviously, the political stuff is political, but the core thesis of his arguments, I think, makes a lot of sense. And I think it's important to kind of find and have that purpose. Okay, so Peterson might not be no. Okay, so you're right about this. Peterson doesn't come to the same conclusion that Nietzsche comes to, which is nihilism. You're right. That is right. That I misspoke there. But he studies Nietzsche deeply to understand the problems of nihilism. I guess his conclusion is more in the lines of Albert Camus, which is an absurdist, which is not nihilism. People think absurdism is nihilism. That's not true. Nihilism is you believe life has no meaning, therefore nothing matters, right? And it kind of the inevitable conclusion is like, why should I try? Absurdism is that life has no meaning, therefore everything I do actually has some level of intrinsic meaning, because I'm kind of rebelling against the objective truth that life has no meaning. You kind of concede that as an absurdist, but you don't let that be the inevitable endpoint to the discussion on what it means to exist, because you still believe that in the face of nothing mattering, I should act as if everything matters, and that is the point of the myth of Sisyphus. So you're right. Jordan Peterson doesn't conclude with Nietzsche, but he definitely uses Nietzsche to kind of set up the premise of a lot of his arguments as well. Dude, you guys are getting philosophical amid here, bro. Wesley's like, what we did amid smoke this morning. Dude, I love philosophy. I don't talk about it a lot, but I love philosophy. I love it, bro. Philosophy is my bread and butter. It's I think I like the stock market more than philosophy, but I studied for a good decade. I spent a lot of time talking about this, or learning about philosophy. So, and that's another reason I like Palantir. Like Karp has a PhD in this shit. So he studied probably all the authors I'm talking about. And it's just interesting to see a philosopher run a $250 billion tech company. It's got to be a hell of a journey for him, dude. A hell of a journey. 115.65 right here on Palantir. Again, Karp is not live yet. As soon as he's live, I will switch it over. It might start 10 minutes late. That's what Chad said. So we might have to wait a little bit. But I will have it live for everybody. Robinhood is at, wow. Robinhood's trying to push 56 again. Look at that, up 4.5%. Bit of a pre-earnings pump right here on Hood. whenever Karp is done with Tai Chi. Oh my gosh. Dude, this is going to be fun, dude. I'm so excited for Iliano. This is the first public kind of like, I guess like discussion Iliano has had with Karp. So it's going to be cool, bro. Iliano, again, for those that don't know, he does strategic engagement for Palantir, brought back the merch store. The merch store is coming back a little bit later this year as well. And they have some new refresh stuff they're doing, but he's been very pivotal to the retail community. And he was a retail investor before he got hired at Palantir. So his story is very unique. So I'm just from retail investor to getting a job at Palantir to now hosting a retail AMA with Karp. It's so cool, dude. It's so freaking cool. Any thoughts on Palantir choosing X as the platform for this AMA? Well, I mean, they're not doing it on YouTube, right? I don't know. Elon's been responding to a lot of their posts. Elon, has been saying he loves Alex Karp. He said that last Friday. I don't know. Maybe there's an argument, dude. Maybe there's an argument that they chose X for a reason. Because theoretically, they could have done it on YouTube as well, right? Like, they could have. It's not that hard. So if they're doing it exclusively on X, I mean, this is literally me just throwing it out there. Maybe they're just, him and Elon are cool. All right, here we go. We're starting.
Live. Welcome to the Dr. Karp AMA. My name is Eliana Yunus, and I'm joined today by Palantir co-founder, chief executive officer, author, Dr. Alex Karp. How are you doing?
Doing well. I figured, well, first of all, I always wanted to do one of these for largely because so many of the people who helped make Palantir the modest company it is today are individual investors and actually people at Palantir, the Palantirians who built Palantir, kind of feel like individual investors. And then there are a lot of questions that don't really get answered in a normal format. And then nominally, I'm supposed to do a bunch of these things for this book tour. And I figured, well, why am I talking to the general public after I talk to my fellow warriors when I can talk to my fellow warriors first, put you guys first? And then, yeah, so happy to be here.
Yeah.
And I guess we have random questions coming in.
Yep. So we
so-
got, thank you to everyone who submitted a question. We received, I think anywhere between 500 to 600 between X, LinkedIn, Reddit. So we really appreciate everyone who submitted a question. We're going to go for at least 20 minutes here today, about 20 minutes. Yeah, so thanks again for joining us today. So Dr. Karp, first question for you.
By the way, I just want everyone to know in the public, I've told this story before. I'm only called Dr. Karp because in the beginning, we had no money, we had no clients, no VC would back us. We were running out of money. There was no reason that I should be running the company. No one inside the company thought I should be running the company. And every smart person, every expert thought we were either crazy or stupid or clowns. And the only thing anyone could believe in was I had a PhD. And so then, you know, and it just stuck. But yeah, so any case, thanks for that. But it's not a requirement to call me Dr. Karp. I kind of always look behind my back and wonder if they're talking to me even now.
I feel like if I called you Alex, I'd start melting.
You know, I always wonder if it's like when people call me. It's really funny because I often think, oh, okay, well maybe I would have made my parents even happier and become an actual doctor. Or I feel like it's a slightly risque film. So I'm not sure which one it is, but you know, I guess it's neither now that Palantir is so real.
Yeah, well, it's definitely real, and we're going to talk about why it's real in a second. So, first question I want to dive into.
By the way, you haven't even told the story of how we met. Now that you're so famous.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, we actually met 3 years and some change ago at the Reagan National Defense Forum. I was actually supporting the Palantir team because Roger Zackheim.
Yeah, we were so unimportant at the time. We were partnered with each other, basically, and so yeah, no one thought defense tech was a real thing.
Yeah, well, you were super impressed. You were super impressed when Dan was like, "Oh, you know, he's a big Palantir fan." It was almost like at the time, 3.5 years ago, there were fans of the company, but it was
the fans of the company were at the company.
Yeah. So we
didn't have many fans on the outside.
Yeah, exactly.
Like aunts, cousins.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a lot of my friends and family, they thought like, what is this PLTR and why do you keep talking about it? And so I was introduced to you, and you asked me after a few questions, you asked me, what would you do if you were offered a job at Palantir? And I said, I'd start on Monday. And here we
started.
are. Yeah, started on Monday. It's been awesome. So, well, thank you for
What surprised you the most?
I think just off the bat, the level of ownership, and there's not like a structural way to do things. You kind of identify a problem, and then you're sort of given the opportunity to do it.
Well, I also identify the person that solves the problem. So it is like a myth that I identify the problem and it gets self-solved. But it's actually you identify the problem. Also, identification of the problem also presupposes you understand what the problem is. It may not be the problem most people think is a problem. It may actually be something people think is working. And then you have to find the exact right person, almost karmically morphed, to do that role and somehow convince them that this is what they should do. And that is basically how Palantir is built at every part of Palantir. The product, how we built the product, the way we go to market, a way in which we ignore conventional wisdom, the way in which we're biased to win.
Yeah. Well, there's actually that kind of touches on one of the questions. So first question from Fast Finance. He stated that Palantir has a history of attracting and developing exceptional talent, with many former employees going on to build successful companies of their own. So you kind of talked about this a little bit. Could you share some insights into Palantir's hiring process? Like, is there something that you look for in particular, or something that you encourage the organization?
Well, there are many phases. So the first phase, it was like the founders and senior people meeting everyone. I hired first 450, 500 people personally. And then there's how you get basically given more responsibility in Palantir, which is increasingly, like after the first 500 people, increasingly my role, though I try to dip into recruiting just to kind of basically taste test what's going on. And still, it's very hard at Palantir to get a job if you're not quantitative without me interviewing you. And we hire very few people like that. When we were viewed as a joke, basically in Silicon Valley for up until maybe 3 years ago, the only thing people wanted to talk to me about was how did you recruit and retain what arguably is the most talented group of people involved in software production in the history of humanity. Certainly the Palantir degree is the most important degree in tech right now, or it's like one of our big strengths is, there's crazy talented people at colleges all over the world, all over America especially, and most of those talented people aren't at Harvard, Yale, Stanford, but you come to Palantir, the Palantir degree is definitely more important than any kind of Ivy League degree, which was very different than or Stanford was not Ivy League, but very different than when we started. And even in the co-founding team, it was 4 of us from Stanford, 1 from the University of Illinois. And I would say, I always had very, very short interviews. So like people used to like sub 5 minute, sub 3 minute, because I always felt that once you allow people to talk longer than that, they start talking about what they've learned to talk about. So you basically see if the person's been taught to have the right answer as opposed to whether they have any form of original thinking. Pretty agnostic to what that original thinking was. But I felt like I could sense if someone had taken problems down to the right level of abstraction. And then there's also how did we identify and how did we hire? One of the things I did a lot of in the beginning, I still like to do, is like once we had this guy who we'll mention his name because I don't think he wants to be famous, but he's certainly the most talented engineer I've ever interacted with. And like a standard hiring process, it would be like 3 days. But this guy, like if you're an idiot if you need 3 days to figure out this guy is smart. So it's like if somebody walks into your office and they're clearly the best in the world at X, you don't need to put them through 3-day hiring tests. So that all that says is your organization is so stupid they can't recognize this person as the best of the best of the best. But as an overarching rule for these things, all these things require specialized abilities. And it's interesting, the ability to hire correctly and the ability to produce good software, as an example, are not as correlated as people would think.
Mhm.
They are somewhat correlated, but like my track record of hiring talent. I mean, actually, one of the funny stories was because at Palantir, everyone has a high discount rate on everything. In the beginning, they were like, well, why should Karp be doing the hiring? And so they would purposely send in people who were kind of decidedly bad. And then I would come out like, why are you guys sending me this person? And so, I have a longer riff here, which is that, the link to AI where dyslexia was an enormous disadvantage, even in building Palantir, because in fact, even though I did some coding, you're imposing a taxonomy onto the world, and that taxonomy allows you to control things, which is basically language and software, and different forms of software work better for different things because they have a different taxonomy. But if you're dyslexic, you have a attenuated relationship to taxonomies of all kinds. And so where does that play into all these decisions that I'm pretty proud of having made, including a lot of the hiring and promotion, is somebody who's got outlier talent is, whether they realize it or not, has an attenuated relationship to the subject matter they've been taught. That's the nature of outlier talent. So it's easier if you, as a dyslexic, have an attenuated, meaning a not one-to-one relationship with formal language, to recognize somebody who's going into that zone where you're above while mastering it. And then I think that's a lot of the reason now with large language models, where they're essentially commoditize everything that every normal person can do. The only valuable thing, which is what you're seeing across businesses, is tribal knowledge, individual knowledge, specialized understanding, artistic ability as captured in a business or in the battlefield. And obviously, there being like dyslexic is a superpower. But I think that's really how that played through.
Yeah, and kind of feeding off of that. So I think it's pretty been well documented about our culture here. Got a number of, I think the experience here, just speaking anecdotally, has been the experience of a lifetime. Garcia, one of our friends on X, Garcia.
Mad respect.
Mad respect. The man is an artist.
Mad respect. Mad respect. I see your stuff.
Yeah,
it's hugely funny.
I send it also.
Yeah, it's a mad respect.
Yeah. So Garcia actually.
You have like the Titans here.
Garcia visited the office, and he was impressed. He met a lot of people, talked to them. He could really feel the passion. So have you been able to maintain the culture for 20 plus years?
I would say when you're doing great art, it's very hard to explain why the art works. And so the real answer is no one really knows. But I can tell you there's still magic in this building. And it's not actually less. Now, you could say, if you said, well, where was the magic the most? There was this very, very, very special moment in like the first couple of years. But of course, that was also solidified by the fact we were almost dying every day. And no one knew how we were going to pay the bills. And I would say that is a special, but with the exception of that moment, which honestly I'm not that interested in going back to, it's probably most pronounced now. Look, they're just obvious things that, like, if, for example, if you come here and ask me a question, you're going to get pretty much the same answer that you see me on TV.
Yeah.
Now, maybe a little more vulgarity here, a little bit, maybe one or two jokes I wouldn't tell publicly. But really, it's like we are inside and outside coherent. I like a lot of times I'll talk to people about thinking about joining a company, and like I met senior leadership, and everything they're saying internally is different than what they're saying externally. We for 20 years we valued meritocracy, fairness, purpose. The way we manage talent gives people a lot of responsibility. So it's really an Auftrag, which is the German term for mandate. So you get pushed to the edge. That creates a lot of pain. I would say, we have 4,000 current Palantirians and roughly 4,000 ex-Palantirians. It is a pain. It can be very, very, and also because you have to negotiate with other smart people, you have responsibility. But there's like in normal companies, you're like chief executive for BS problem 2524. And as long as you deliver on that, but at Palantir, no matter who you are, you're going to have to at some point explain what you're doing. Now, the converse thing of that is like when you join here and you're like 24, like you could be sitting on one of the most important projects in the world. And so but I think it's been the convergence. And I would, in all slight modesty, we've just been right. I mean, that's like I'm supposed to show people the book you're supposed to buy. But in any case, the version of that is, for intellectuals, it's like the intellectual treatise of what the reason why we think some of the things we do. But, I also did this thing for somewhat, individualistic reasons, like we were fucking right.
Yeah.
So, and if you're right about, not about everything, but about a lot of things, what happens, especially with very technical people, they have a huge discount rate, which is a fancy way of saying they don't believe anything you're saying until you're right.
Yeah. Look, I think we can all agree Palantir has a world-class mission. You're providing the West with the best software capabilities. I think my observation is what you've done masterfully, and what I think is just unbelievable is how you make every single person in the building feel like they're contributing to that. And I think that's kind of how I would sum it up.
Well, I mean, I take that as a huge compliment.
Yeah.
Definitely what I want. And you don't always succeed, but I hope that's true.
Yeah. Next question is coming from a guy named Amit. I don't know if you've ever heard. I don't know if you've ever heard of Amit.
We have the master. It's like every OG.
Well, they're asking good questions.
We shouldn't call this the AMA. We should call it the OGA.
We could do a close. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. I'll write that one down. So Amit, of course, he's always been really fond of your philosophical background. He says, quote, "You have a background in philosophy with a focus on neoclassical social theory." I don't know what that is, but I always wondered if that philosophy influenced how you ran Palantir during the early years. Do you think your background in philosophy influenced the direction of the company to have a singular focus on providing value over just selling for the sake of selling?
By the way, thank you, Amit. And I would say you could conversely ask, was your interest in philosophy the reason why you were able to kind of weather the storm and stick with us? I mean, there's a lot, I think one of the overlooked things about, we live in a world where most people doing intellectual endeavors are actually trying to sell us a pagan religion, which doesn't work. So then we assume that the intellectual endeavor is not valuable, but it's not true. And so there are many aspects that have really, first of all, serious intellectuals are not as into fads as people think. So being able to reject just the intellectual and emotional ability to not be mimetic, meaning not just copy and compete, which is really how almost every software company that, Wall Street, we Palantir doesn't, we focus on our own business, but obviously it's kind of obvious Wall Street was very much in love with a series of companies that essentially were mimetic, which is like, we're going to do what's already been done, but slightly different. And our CEO is slightly better or much better at selling it. And we're going to go long on them and short on Palantir. And so I think, so then for me, it's like, but one of the reasons that our company was and is and still very much underappreciated is we are building for like, we are reducing, first of all, philosophically, things to the ought state. So what ought a company do is actually crazy powerful, because that's very different than what does a company do, which is largely mimetic. And then meaning it's just a commodity. It's like a slightly better commodity sold at a probably inflated price because it's underwritten by bankers and everyone kind of makes money. So that's kind of point one. Point two, I would say, it's like my somewhat odd sounding dissertation is odd sounding because it doesn't really translate into English, but in German, it's kind of a not that unstandard thing to study. But the Germanic element of like this rigor and asking like, at what level of abstraction is an answer true? Like, is it true at this level or is it true at that level? And how does it reverberate? And if you look at our products, especially where it's obvious would be like, but really all of them, but like PG, it's like, we didn't solve the problem of stopping terrorism. We solved the problem of augmenting civil liberties while stopping terrorism, which is already, if you go down 5-6 layers and you say, well, you not only have to build a product that the country would adopt, you have to build a product the country ought to adopt. And that required 3 years of me getting yelled at by investors like, where's my fucking revenue, right? And it was like, no, we're going to go very, very deep on this. And actually then we made addendums that, if you look back at what we're now doing with LLMs, we were trying to accomplish a lot of what is done with LLMs and with our ontology, if it's going to be not fake, with integrating NLP into the product because Intel services need that. And then the whole idea of forward deployed engineers was to actually increase the aperture of the product offering beyond what the product itself could do. So both specialization, then you have like, contradiction between the specialization. People, even today, and this is partly because people doing finance and establishment things have been trained as in a positivist tradition. So they want complete non-contradictory statements. So they want product or services. So the fact that we were like, we're going to expand the aperture of the product by providing services and productize those services at the highest level of abstraction, making dominant products in the world. It seems like an obvious thing that you ought to do. They still don't believe it or understand it at all.
Yeah.
Last, I know you want to push me on them or just extend, but like on the positivist versus ontological, I do think one of the reasons why it's very hard for kind of classically trained, why have non-classically trained, exceedingly smart, intellectually aggressive and high integrity, non-trained, often non-elite trained individuals have such a high hit rate in understanding Palantir, whether you invested or not, but understanding and then putting their money into Palantir? And why have conversely, the classically trained, often elite educated experts, not only are they wrong, but they're still committed to being wrong. I mean, you can go online now and see people who have been wrong for 3 years, wrong for 5 years. They're just like you. It's like they're just committed to being stupid, but they're actually not committed to being stupid, even though it really does feel that way. They're committed to a world where they are everything they think cannot be wrong. And part of the reason they are so committed to it is they don't have the right philosophical proclivity, and or they're not viewing it tabula rasa. Like, the people who pose the questions are just like, well, does the product work? What does the product do? Does it create value? I would say LLMs and ontology at Palantir create value in kind of what in philosophical terms would be called autopoietic, or it's more like classically Germanic philology, which is the system is so powerful that it reverberates. you can't look at the reverberations, which would be the discounted free cash flow, if you don't understand the motor that's creating them. They want to approximate the motor by looking at a DCF model, by the way, with enormous bigotry. Because if they didn't like, I mean, honestly, you see these people and like, I don't like Karp, therefore my DCF model sucks. But the core problem is not their hatred for me or Palantir and their inability to see the world as it is, which is a problem probably all throughout their life. I mean, God knows who these people are married to. But it's actually a philosophical problem, because like if LLMs powered by Palantir are anything even remotely like what the clients are saying they are, if they produce numbers anything like what we're producing when we're going to market in a still a very, very non-standard, arguably non-optimal way all across the world, where 13% of our business is growing 4%, and it's not going to change, even though I would really like Europe to wake up but they can't perceive it, because you have to look at how valuable is the product? What does the product do? What value does it create? Can you assign quantitative value to that value? And if you do that, you can have a much more, not just looking at Palantir, looking at every aspect of your life. Is there a concept of beauty? Does the product work? How well does it work? Is it disruptive? Does it create a situation for disruption in the world as it is now, not as it was in the past? And that's why philosophically, and I think the temperamental bigotry that you see among many of these experts, which at this point really has to be called entrenched forms of ignorance, because they still say stupid things. These are people, but it's really downstream from a philosophical training that is from a positivistic and no longer completely relevant set of assumptions. And you are much, much better and much more accurate starting from the beginning and working up. And then, if you want to see the rest of assumptions, buy the book.
So that actually kind of feeds into another good question that Luke Kabosh asks. So, Palantir now, safe to say, established software company, but
we're at the beginning.
Yeah,
I don't like that establishment thing.
Exactly. But in the context of 20 years ago, in its infancy, you talked about you had these investors complaining about where's my money. You had VCs rejecting you left and right. You probably had family and other folks saying this or that, friends being like, what is he doing? How were you able to stay true to in the face of such adversity for so many years? The company's vision and rhetoric has been remarkably consistent. How do you stay so sure
one
of
of the
yourself?
most, there are a lot of questions in that. So these are very strong questions. One of the most remarkable things about Palantir, honestly, is if you go back to any part of Palantir in the last, I don't know, since inception, and you read what we're saying the same thing. Now, compare that to many others. It's like every day is a new story. And it's like, but the old story, they didn't mean it, but the new story, they do. So it's very hard. I think at the end of the day, it's just, I was born so far outside the norm biographically. I tend to over-index on the dyslexia. It's like, I'm almost uncomfortable now when I go in rooms and people are like, hey, I'd like to hear your thoughts. I'm like, my thoughts? In the past, people would be like, it was, but they really want to hear them. In the past, it was like, could you talk quickly? Because this is kind of pretty scary. And I'm getting away from you quickly. But I think, I don't know, there was a famous financier that said, you don't ask a bee why it pollinates. I think I've come to view myself, it's like a form of artistry. I'm like a bee pollinating my thing. I don't know if a bee feels like they're an outsider when they're picking a different flower that they like more. I'm pretty happy doing my pollination dance. I kind of find it weird when people think I'm part of the establishment till I open my mouth. And then it's so funny. I'll go to these fancy meetings and I'll start talking wait a minute, you're as freaky in private. Basically they don't put it that way. They're like, wait a minute, I thought that was some kind of act. I'm like, well, I don't know, because you wouldn't have picked the seat next to me. Look, but the one thing I would say that I think is slightly misunderstood often is I do listen very, very carefully, exceedingly carefully to what people say. And again, to this philosophical thing, it's not what they say. I try to get everyone at Palantir to do the same thing. I steel man it like times 50. So it's like, what did they say? What is true? What could be true about what they're saying if they were actually saying what they mean? What if you took away the things that I think are stupid and then made those things that are not stupid into a real argument? Is this argument that they're making related to past or present experience? Are they making the argument because, I'm now important, or are they making the argument because they want to show that they're intelligent? What is the basis for the reason they're making the argument? Do they have actual experience in what they're saying? Not taught experience, but real experience. And is there something I can glean even from the stupidest argument you'll ever hear? Like, for example, it's really hard to write a dissertation because you have to find something that's never been said and then say it. And I was struggling with an example to work on. And obviously, I'm not mentioning names, but this person who I think is just not very talented gave me an idea of something to read, and it really saved me. It's like, so you could, The Village Idiot, like, you can learn from them. I mean, like, I even listen to analysts to the point where I discovered that they're complete raving bigots, or, steel manning things. So it's like the real thing is steel manning it, but no matter how many people say things and no matter how many people believe it, I still will not change until I believe it. And that's a different thing, because like what you'll often find is like people think I'm running around the world ignoring everything, or that's the kind of the thing, because so much of what we've been taught about just software development, how to fight wars. I mean, like all these things is just obviously blatantly not true and has nothing to do with how things work on the ground, like completely nothing to do with like anything that actually works on the ground. It's really crazy talking to like, essentially armchair anthropologists, about like things they claim to be experts at in all aspects of life. But, it's actually, and what we try to do at Palantir is, make the nugget that could be true into a really, really solid nugget, and then take that apart. So, and then if that actually works, yeah, I'm down for listening and changing. In this company, one of the reasons it works so well is we can change on a dime. Especially we have product leverage and people leverage. It's all built to change. Like, and people inside this, like, Palantir of now is not anything like Palantir a year ago, and like we embrace that. But it's like, but it cannot be that everyone thinks these famous statements. Don't you think X? Well, that's like a recipe for like suicide and death for your institution, your personal life, your country. It just like don't you think X is like just like you might as well just start slicing the artery.
Yeah. Next question. Actually, we're going to bring in a guest moderator because I can't speak German. So this comes from Jan in Germany, and we have a special moderator who will read it.
Die Persönlichkeit zwischen Deutschen und Amerikanern unterscheidet sich häufig. Was können Deutsche von den Amerikanern lernen und was Amerikaner von Deutschen?
Okay, the Germans and Americans. By the way, we don't. This is the book. We don't. Just you buy it. It's It's actually not so bad. But the publishers are hounding me. It's some people think it's very impressive. People tell you it's great, and it's actually it's very well written. You enjoy it. But so this is. I actually want something to spin, but unfortunately, I've been dishonored. There's nothing really here that's spinnable. But yeah, this is not very good for spinning.
I mean, if you mess it up, though, people don't forget.
Yeah, no, this is terrible for spinning.
Yeah, I want to.
How about it's something heavier?
You're batting perfect. You're batting 1.0.
Okay. So, any case, the question is, what can Germans learn from Americans, and Americans can learn from Germans? So, well, I mean, first of all, the tech AI revolution is in America. So, the first thing you can learn from Americans is get over here. If you're in tech and you're listening to this, remotely in tech, want to be in tech, want to invest in tech, want to understand tech, you got to come here. Now, whether you have to stay here, maybe you can learn. It's like, I don't know, but this is where the revolution is. it is an expression in German. This is where the music is being played. If you're German, you understand the power of that. Like you got, so the most important thing you can do if German is like, if you're German is like, the hard part about being German, the tech scene in Germany is, Germany pre-World War II was the tech scene, was the art scene, was the cultural scene, was the physics scene, the military technology scene, the literature scene, the debauchery scene, if that was interesting for you. I mean, the whole thing was there. So like, and for historical reasons that are obvious, it's not. And so you do not, like, there's a sense in the world now, you're going to hear this in Germany, just like you hear it in the Democratic Party, that the pendulum will swing back. It's very unlikely, actually, that was historically what happened. Like Germany economy sucked. Gerhard Schröder came in. What, some people like him, some hate him. No, I don't agree with him on certain things, obviously, but like he completely got the economy to work. And then you assume that somebody's going to come in now and just, but if you look at Palantir, it's growing over 10x faster in America than continental Europe. And I think the combination of that kind of flexibility, adoption in tech, and actual output power of the tech means almost all these pendulum swing the arc of history things. If you're saying them, thinking them, you're like the guy at the poker table who doesn't think you're the mark. So what you really, because then there's a question of how you learn. You learn by going to the place where people who are the best in the world are doing it. That place is America. You should just either move here for as long as possible. In my circles in Europe, America's being occasionally maligned. Don't listen to that. That's like people telling you your school is working when you're just learning pagan propaganda. Believe that at your own expense, and you will be very unhappy. What America can, and then the other thing Germany can learn from America is, look, the concept of patriotism is obviously complicated given Germany's history, but you cannot run an organization of any kind, of any scale, without pride. And actually, pride in German, the term, like you can't even really say that in German now. Maybe in Austria, she's Austrian. For those who are German, you'll know that. In Austria, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, that's a little different. Like, of course, it's, it kind of pure American style pride may be a little hard, but like no pride. And I think Germany's going to have to figure that out, because like the current situation is like completely, like you have 25% of Germany completely unwilling to address the consequences of an immigration disaster. You have no tech scene, and you have an energy crisis. This is not going to end well. So you have to be honest about that. By the way, that's something Germans can learn from Germans. Ehrlichkeit. Just a minute. And then what Americans can learn from Germans is like, I mean, this company has a huge Germanic element. I mean, we work on mandates, so Aufträge, the whole going 5 whys, like going deep, the steel manning, the kind of pushing responsibility edge, which is not how people think of Germany, and in some cases isn't, but that's how the parts of the German military fought. The general way in which we're a very high honesty culture inside, very high integrity. We have no interest in lying, corruption. We're not even good at that stuff, which is very, very Germanic. Like, we're actually, I mean, we're not like, we're not actually that great at like the marketing sales thing, despite what, people who've never looked at our product think. They're like, it's all, and that's crazy Germanic. We're not super good at the politics. People who come here who are primarily political and low substance don't do well. We don't hire those people. We're an engineering org. So that when you're learning from Palantir, you are learning from parts of it are Germanic, industrial, and intellectual culture as it existed when Germany was dominant, not as it exists now. And one of the things I find quite painful actually about Germany, which is, I lived a lot of my life there. Lots of friends care about it. I view myself as like Germanic. Is, you know, what company should Germany be learning from? It is obvious talent here, but like you have complete idiots blocking our product, like terror attacks, and somehow they can't buy PG, which we don't even really make real money on. We're doing it to like better the world. It's like, and then you have a company that started from nothing that is the dominant company in multiple areas, and in an area no one understands really, which is like AI production, where AI actually is not a jargon word, is not a science perspective, but leads to demonstrable results. They should be, like European companies, especially German companies, should be parked over here. Like, why does it take the OGs in America to write down every word and learn from us? And like, who's learning from us in Germany? It's completely nuts.
Yeah.
And you know what? And then you kind of give up. It's like, well, you know, it's like, yeah, they don't want to listen. You know, it's like, yeah, it's how many times can you sit there while your professor says the dumbest things ever and be like, oh, that's so interesting. And so eventually you just walk out and like, you can't help them.
Yeah. We have time for one more question.
Go for it.
All right. This question comes from another OG, Tom Nash.
Yet another OG. I feel like, yeah, I feel very special today.
Yeah. Well, you know, the OGs ask really good questions. And Tom asks, a century from now, when people look back at Palantir's impact, what do you hope will be its defining legacy?
That the superiority of the West was it put into software production and made Western countries, especially America, healthier, wealthier, stronger, fairer, more meritocratic, and scared every enemy of these countries to the point where they woke up every morning and wrote on their front window and wrote on X, we are not actually your enemy. We are your friend, even if they're not. And please do not randomly take out our leaders just because we thought that we might be plotting things against you.
Great.
And that people look back and say, yeah, Palantir played a huge role in both the software production and the people. And by the way, then people like point and like, oh, isn't that the OG of Palantir living in that mansion? Yeah,
that'd be great too.
Yeah.
And then any final thoughts on, you got the book coming out in a few days, anything that you want people to really focus on, take away from the book?
You know, I think for most people on this call, it's like, look, this is the intellectual background that you didn't need to figure out things but it might be helpful in like supplanting some thoughts you already, or like bolstering some thoughts you already have. And then, you know, I don't know, let me know what you think.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Karp, thank you for your time. Thank you for everyone, or to everyone that's watching. We really appreciate your support, and maybe we'll do one of these again soon.
Hope so.
Great.
Take care.
Wow. That was special. That was cool, dude. That was fun. That was really, really fun. I think that went for like 40 minutes almost. And I think Karp got some really good answers out there. They were able to answer my question. It was about the philosophy. And I think he went on a really nice riff about this idea of just what it means to have a philosophy that governs the business, what it means to have a philosophy that gets people to care about the business. And there was a lot of philosophical terms thrown out there. Like as soon as he said tabula rasa, that's like a sort of baseline philosophy 101 term. And when he says, you know, these analysts are not thinking tabula rasa, tabula rasa means blank state, or a blank slate. And so when he's saying the analysts are not thinking in a tabula rasa way, he means the analysts are not thinking with a blank slate. They're not thinking with an open mind. They're thinking with their dogmatic ideological beliefs on how they think software companies should operate. So that was one of many little moments in that I think 15 to 20 minute riff he went on about what it means to build a company that actually has values and philosophies that govern the mission of the company itself. So it was good, dude. It was really, really good. I liked it. Thank you for the €1 super chat. Appreciate that. This was really fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it and got to get a little different side of Karp. Although I don't think it was anything that different, right? It was him a little bit more relaxed, kind of free balling and spitting whatever he wanted to talk about. But the good thing about it is we've heard these arguments many times before. So many times we've heard these arguments many times before. This was just one of those ways where he was able to speak without being under like any pressure of an analyst call and kind of just talk about the stuff he wanted to talk about, right? So it's not like these arguments were new, but every time he communicates them, he finds a different angle to bring them back to light. And I think in the context of the philosophy of the business or why they're able to retain talent, which was a good question as well, you always get some new insights in terms of how he's thinking. And again, I saw a lot of you guys saying in the chat, how could you sell when you hear someone talk like that? Obviously the valuation and the stock, right? Like that's a separate thing, but it is true. Like it's kind of hard to be like, all right, I'm selling when you hear someone speak with that much conviction, that much energy, that much purpose. I mean, Karp is in his, I think he's like 54, 55. Like he's in his 50s acting like he's an 18-year-old founder that wants to take over the world. You know, as he said at near the end of that AMA, he says, we're just getting started. He doesn't like to think of Palantir as an established company. He likes to think of them as a company that's just getting ready to take over the world. In particular in Europe, I mean, I think that last riff on Germany is very important. There is a world where Palantir compounds massively on the top line revenue side once Germany, in the words of Karp, wakes up. And I mean, what did Karp say? Energy is an issue, no growth from a GDP perspective, and then you've got an immigration issue, and then you got terrorism that's also there. Those four things are a recipe for disaster. And at some point, you're going to need a solution to that. And if Palantir is the solution, I mean, there is a lot of growth left for this company, I think, over the next decade. It's just a question of them executing on it. But when you see that energy from Karp, it's hard to think that they're not going to do it. It's hard to think they're not going to execute, not going to get there, especially now that their brand is becoming so mainstream that everyone wants to know more about Palantir. So cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I'll cut that up and I'll probably post it on YouTube later as like an actual clip. So for people can get the replay of it. That was great. That was great. Shout out to Eliano, dude. He did a great job hosting it. He was able to let Karp talk, able to cut him off at the right moments, transition to the next question. It's not easy to host stuff. I just did a podcast yesterday, right? Like hosting and being able to ask questions and getting something out of people. It's an art, right? It's hard to do it. So I think Eliana did a fantastic job, and that was pretty incredible. All right, that's it for me. I will be back 3:30 Eastern time, which is 12:30 Pacific. We've got Robinhood earnings, Q4 2024 earnings. It's been a hell of a journey with Hood and Palantir. I mean, quite frankly, I got very lucky attaching myself to these two horses, and the horses are running, and they're taking us all on a very beautiful journey. So. Robinhood earnings, 3:30. We'll be live, 4 p.m. We'll get the results. There is going to be some stuff you guys see later in the day after earnings. So we'll do earnings, and then just keep an eye on my Twitter. We'll have some stuff posted on Twitter later today that you guys, I think, will enjoy. So still got a busy day, and then tomorrow's the meetup. Tomorrow, Thursday's the meetup. Tomorrow is the one day where nothing else is planned besides the meetup. So meetup should be fun, and yeah, that's pretty much it for the California trip, and I'll be back on Tuesday. All right, word of the day, and then we will get out of here. Word of the day. Okay, hold on. We got to go to Merriam-Webster. Some of these words are just dumb. Merriam-Webster has been way better than dictionary.com. Okay, word of the day. Let's see. Okay, I think this is a good one. This is a good one for today. Word of the day is actually OG. Yeah. Yo, shout out to Garcia. I was so happy Garcia's been making memes for so long, and Karp has obviously been seeing them based on what he said, and Karp loves them. So I was so happy that Garcia was the first question, and he got some recognition because he's been just supporting Palantir for so long. Word of the day is hagiography. Hagiography. Okay. Hagiography is a biography that idealizes or idolizes a person in their life. The book gives a good idea of his virtues without resorting to hagiography. The Sisters show can sometimes feel like a hagiography. There's little discussion of Basquiat's demons or the assets of his home life that may have been difficult. So it's a biography that idealizes or idolizes a person in their life. AKA glazing, yes. I think there will be many hagiographies written about Alex Karp later in the, throughout the next decade. Let's see if there's another better word. Word of the day. Let's do vocabulary.com. Dude, what is this? Their word of the day is rhetorical question. What is this, bro? This is not a word. This is 2 words. This is not a word of the day. Someone needs to tell them, what the hell is this?
Rhetorical question.
And why does the guide say it like that? When you ask a rhetorical question, you don't really expect an answer. Imagine your brother is blasting his music and you ask, could you play that music any louder? You don't really expect him to answer. You just want him to turn it down. Okay, what's a rhetorical question we end the stream on? What's a rhetorical question we end the stream on? What's a rhetorical question? Thal, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Awesome question, Amit. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for being here. Also, thank you all for the love in the chat. I know when he was reading my question, a lot of you guys were supporting it. It means a lot, dude. It means a lot. Obviously, you know, following this company's journey for a long time has been special. And, you know, it's just getting recognition from the company. I don't take that for granted. It means a lot. And I think Karp appreciates it as well, right? The whole company appreciates just everything the retail investor community has been able to do. I mean, that's why they have the AMA. How many public CEOs do an AMA with primarily retail investors that are asking questions? Like, not a lot of them, right? And you kind of only do it if you care about those investors in the first place. Okay, what's the best rhetorical question to end the stream off? Okay, there's a bunch of them. Here you go. Could Palantir be any better? That's a good one. That's a great one. Will the stream actually end? Is a really good one. Why are we still here? That's another good one. Is Palantir going to be a $1 trillion market cap company? Most rhetorical question ever. Well, we got to see. But given Karp's energy, it really does look like there is a hell of a shot this thing's going to $1 trillion, bro. Like, forget numbers, valuation, growth. It's just that pure freaking energy that he has for the belief in his mission, his company, his products, his values, his only 4,000 employees. You know, not a lot of employees, but he cares. It looks like he really cares about them because he's hiring the best of the best and he's making sure that they are executing at scale and that they're well compensated for it. I mean, there's not many CEOs that actually give a fuck, dude. There's just not many CEOs that give a fuck, and it seems like he does. When will Amit be the best interview in the world? Shout out to you, Arnie. All right, we'll end on Arnie's Vlad interview. So I said this in the morning, but for those that don't know that this is happening, Arnie is talking to Vlad tomorrow. So this is going to be really fun. This is going to be one of Arnie's first big interviews with the CEO. I'm very, very excited for this. This is the Twitter Spaces. You guys can bookmark it right here. And he'll be live with Vlad tomorrow. I think it's going to be 2:30 Eastern. I'll be there. I'll be listening to it. And we will get to see Vlad talk about these numbers. I think it's going to be good. I think earnings are going to be good. I think the fact that Vlad's talking to a retail investor the day after earnings, along with doing a video call, I don't know, dude, just like pure like intuition, I think they're going to crush. Like, I don't think they would have scheduled this with Arnie a day after earnings if the numbers sucked. So, in my opinion, I do think there's a world where we get some really good numbers. What happens to the stock? I don't know. But if they really do crush, maybe there's a chance the stock continues to go higher. Can Amit talk any faster? Okay, that's a good one too. That's a good one too. All right, thank you, everybody. I'll be back in a couple hours. We got Robin at earnings at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Bye, everyone. Have a good one. See you guys then.